maximize teaching factory concept for IET manufacturing, for instance, so forth, contribute to implement EU industrial and SME strategies. I won't read everything, but you can see here what are the expected impacts. The project itself is coordinated by CERT, the Center for Research and Technology Hellas in Greece, in Thessaloniki, and the consortium consists of research centers and institutes, higher education institutions and vet institutions, but also SMEs. So it's really a diverse consortium. What are our target groups? First of all, we have learner groups, both academic and vet, some employees which are currently employed in predictive maintenance services, but also some other groups that require upskilling, that is, in predictive maintenance. Secondary target group are training centers. We'll see later on when I talk about our project results. And the tertiary target groups are, for instance, policymakers, industrial clusters, and so forth. This is our project structure. We have 7 work packages. We are now at work package 3, 4, and 5, basically. One of the largest work packages that we have was this content development, both for trainers and for learners themselves. Some of the key milestones are listed here. The first 2 milestones are done, and we're very proud of those. So we've developed the content for predictive maintenance training, and we developed our micro-credential certification framework. Now we are developing the platform itself. Then we'll start with the pilots, both on-site and virtual. And then our final milestone is to have some management on quality standards and impact management, as it said here. So I'll just go through something that we've done so far. As I said, work package 2 was the training content development. Training toolkits were very, very broad, and we did a lot of work around those because the content materials were for 6 training modules that are targeted both at students, vet apprentices, and the predictive maintenance workforce. We developed a whole strategy around that, and both for vet and for higher education, we were Metropolitans were very involved in this. And also, we coordinated this trainers toolkit where we developed the content material for the trainers, consisting of 8 training modules. What's the overall idea? We wanted to rely on OECD strategic foresight approach to have this approach throughout the project to have this series of workshops for job profiles and then extract features of the predictive market needs and job profiles. What is the content material itself? It's bulleted here, but it's a lot of content. So we have slides, of course, with voice overlays. Booklets were actually the main part of the content. Storyboards, demonstrative videos, questionnaires, web quests, and so forth. And it was all developed according to EQUS standards or EQUIS standards for higher education. So for vet certification, it's EQF level 4. For higher education, it will be some kind of pre-ECTS or EQF level 7. That's about the, I think, master's degree. The training modules themselves, as I said, they are 8 training modules for the trainers or the instructors. As I said, we were very involved in this. We coordinated this whole work package. For instance, there's a module about learner happiness, reducing dropout rates and so forth, how to include various groups and personalize their education. Again, developing strategies for, for generating brain plasticity, qualitative and effective resources. Of course, we did some ethical learner analytics. We developed this, I said, micro-credentials system and skill certification. Finally, this is the reuse of existing infrastructures and learning resources. This will be reflected later on the other modules for the learners. So we've developed 6 modules for the students, web apprentices, and PM workforce. The first is for holistic predictive maintenance competencies. Then we have digital skills, green skills, resilience competencies, and then innovation and entrepreneurships. And finally, relearning how to learn in a digital environment. This is something that we've talked about yesterday as well. Our work package 3 is all about the micro-credentialing system. So we developed a certification framework. So when our learners complete all the modules, we will get a certificate of completion numbers. What are we doing so far? The platform itself, I think, it's based on Moodle. So our learners and our instructors can access that, and it will have all the information needed there. Currently, it's in a pre-alpha version, so we're testing it internally, but hopefully in the first quarter of 2025, it will be available for a broader audience. The platform itself will be hosted on Microsoft Azure Cloud, and the idea is to enable this teaching factory external services, that is synchronous scheduling and matchmaking and so forth. Again, we integrated a video conference tool. We'll see that later on. So what are our events besides this sort of dissemination activity that we have on our conferences? We are having our pre-pilot in November in Timișoara in Romania. Then we'll have the first pilot, which will be on-site. This is for line construction and transport. Then in Greece, we'll have for maritime operations. As I said, predictive maintenance is very important to these industries. Then we'll have some activities later on in 2025, like open days and so forth. We're looking forward to this mass virtual pilot. That's a 3-month campaign for both learners and trainers. And finally, we'll have one final dissemination event in Piraeus in Greece. This is scheduled so far for the second quarter of 2026. So here are our social media links. So you can see our project websites on premets.eu, our LinkedIn page, Facebook, Twitter or X, also on Zenodo. You can find some resources there. I encourage you to follow and sign up for our newsletters. We have, I think, on every 6 months. But so on social media such as LinkedIn and Facebook, you can follow up a little bit more frequently. So yes, this is an encouragement to subscribe to our newsletter and help us shape predictive maintenance education together. And I didn't, just in time. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions.
One question, please.
Of course.
Okay.
What do you do with the certificate if you're a teacher? Because you get ECTC 3, ECTC. What's the purpose? Because we are not students?
Yes, but the certification is more towards the VET community, so vocational education. So
they have another, but you mentioned ECTC.
Yes, the idea is to have this certification to be equal for, let's say, a course that will be equal for free ECTS. So the idea is when we get our pilots working and learners getting the certification, to see if we can get higher education institutions to acknowledge those free ECTS for some
Probably for master's studies.
Yes, it's in EQF level 7, so that is master's status. Yeah.
But ECT 3 is for that, it's not for us. you have two groups, web providers and
higher education.
Yeah. I agree what Professor Damas is saying. It's not for us, it's for the
Curricular
education.
Some kind of equivalence, yeah. Okay.
Okay, is there any more question for them?
Professor Vukovic.
Thank you. Quite interesting project. I was wondering if you can say a bit more about this training factory concept and which factories are you working in, or which areas of predictive maintenance you're working in?
Yes, well, most of the on-site training is related to, as I said, construction lines and maritime studies. So the project partners that are most involved in this on-site training are from Romania and from Greece. So we will have, in a little more than a month, we'll have some kind of pre-pilot for the trainees themselves that will be on-site, and later on they will be there. But as I said, construction line and maritime studies because of Greece. We are here just to support the other activities because unfortunately we don't have maritime studies here in Serbia.
Okay, any more questions, Professor? That's all.
Professor Miroslav has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Nemanja. I think this project is really interesting, even though it's Erasmus. The fact that it's in predictive manufacturing, it's relatively new to us as a university, not that it's a new topic. And a lot of calls coming up are covering manufacturing. So I really think it's a good idea that this project came to us. And in one of the slides you showed that further down in the project there will be mass piloting. So my question is this going to be available to our students as well? Because I think it's going to be important for, we talk about a lot of software development and we're in IT fields, but somehow these implementations are lacking for them to see in practice. So I don't know if this is planned for our students as well, but if it's not, it's something to consider, especially because we may interest them to join this field because obviously, there's so many horizon calls, and not only in aid manufacturing, there's a lot of proposals coming up for the manufacturing in general, and I think this could be really interesting to expand. Erasmus is nice, but it's really interesting to expand. So are we going to be able to send our students to the mass virtual pilots, and maybe our teachers as well?
Because it's a virtual pilot, we should be able to, but we will see if, for now, the on-site is mostly covered by Greece and Romania, but for virtual pilot, I don't see why would it be.
I think that you forgot that we have students of operation management. They have courses in preventive manufacturing and so on. So you should include some people from operation management. It was a very good opportunity for them because they seldom have such opportunity.
Yeah, we most certainly
But
will.
you didn't include it in the project, so I wonder why.
Well, the project came to us, so we were at the earlier stage of the project. We had a consortium from our Faculty of Information Technology, but again, it's still just 50% done, so we can most certainly include people from operational management. And that's the plan, to include them, especially in these later stages. We were involved in the course material design, but when it comes to implementing that, of course, we will include the people from
If you
operational
can
management.
include them now, we've got to practice because of the desperately needs some references.
We'll contact them as soon as possible.
Okay, any more questions from the audience? No? Okay, thank you, Nemanja. Well, now, as I said, Professor Miroslava will talk about our other project at the university, and it is the SILA project, improving the quality and sustainability of learning using learning intervention methods based on learning analytics. And Professor Miroslava will now introduce the project. Miroslava, thank you.
Well, Nemanja left me with plenty of time. Good morning, everyone. Emily already introduced the title of our project, ESILA. I will I'll try to give you a brief of how we envision this project and what actually we are trying to achieve. I had to put project plan here because the project effectively, I don't know if we are on a full year, not even. December is going to be a full year that we have started with this project, but we already have some very interesting results, some nice tools, and especially for those of you who are in learning analytics, I think you're going to find it useful. I mean, we did exchange some of the ideas last night, yesterday, so now I get to actually show you how it looks. As it was mentioned, it is Erasmus Plus project. Let me just figure it out. Oh, okay, there you go. Cooperation partnership with KA2. There's a little stigma going on that Erasmus projects are just, educational projects that, we're just developing teaching materials, and it's really not. We really have a great cooperation partnership with the partners on this project, and we try to combine both research and science along with implementation in education. So we really try to blend both worlds because sometimes it's not really easy for the learning analytics to get projects funded. And of course, Erasmus is really looking for innovations in education as it is. So this is the priority that was chosen for this project, addressing digital transformation through development of digital readiness, resilience, and capacity. And as I said, we started last December, and we have 27 months to complete. Here are our partners. The coordinator of the project is University of Eastern Finland. You mentioned Solis yesterday, so Solis is actually the PI on the project, along with Mohammed. Mohammed is not here, but he will join soon. Of course, us from the Metropolitan University, and we're working with University of Leon from Spain, Sofia University from Bulgaria, and University of Bergen from Norway. Those are our partners, and ESILA is really motivating as it is. How did this project come about? We were actually working on ILEDA project prior to this. The ILEDA project finished, I think, the beginning of this year or the end of the last year. We created a platform that was collecting data from different universities. We kind of use the data to also get to know each other, and I don't mean personally, but I mean as universities. Each university has different strategy, different way of implementing teaching, different contexts. We discussed yesterday about ethical issues, and this is where we kind of all have to merge in. From us who maybe are just following, GDPR as is, to Finland, who was really taking this to another level, and we of course had to kind of figure out all these things. And during ILEDA, we developed some nice tools, but we also recognized things that we were missing. We are collecting all this nice data, we are doing the analytics, whether it's post hoc or during the semester, but something that we were all missing was, okay, we figure out that the student is maybe not progressing in their learning, but what do we do? I mean, we can, figure out this is the fact, something the student is struggling with, but what do we actually do with this data? And another thing that we found that was missing was that, as you heard yesterday, there's a lot of challenges when you just use log data from learning management systems. You can learn certain things, but there's also things that we cannot find out. So we decided that we needed more data from different sources, so multimodal data. And effectively that's what ESILA is. We want to set up the intervention guidelines. What do we do once we figure out that a student is struggling in real time during the course, and then at the same time use multimodal data, which of course poses other challenges. Which sources are these? How do we merge them together? How do we analyze them together? So that is effectively our project goals here that you can see. Intervention tools, multimodal data and collect them from multiple sources. So what do we plan to achieve here? Beside what I, in general just said, we are developing these intervention method guidelines, which of course is going to be available to everybody to use. And the challenge here is, again, multiple institutions, different contents to teach in. Somebody's just teaching online, others are teaching blended, others are teaching just in classroom. So we really have to have a diverse set of intervention methods here. The question is, once we have all this multimodal data, what metrics are we going to use? So this is something also that we need, but the goal here is to track student progress, student engagement. How involved are they in their learning? So yes, we will be developing an online platform, or we are in the process, that it can collect, process, and visualize all of this data. And what is planned is that it's coming in, let's say, I think January, February, coming up. We are almost ready to put this in piloting. So this will be going live in the classroom. We will see what we learn from there, and then with the data that we have, we will try to improve what we said and see what learning patterns we have to continue to improve our intervention methods based on learning analytics. These are project activities. So of course, between the general activities that we had with management and dissemination, like in every other project, we have data infrastructure preparation, which is pretty much data collection instruments. What this means is we really had to figure out in each institution what are the needs, what are the institutional needs, and what are the needs of each instructor that will be involved in piloting. Some of us are just using LMS, some of us are using Discord, others are using video. So we really had to kind of figure out what are all these sources of data and how we're going about to collect it. For instance, videos may be easy to collect data on videos if they're on a Moodle and YouTube. But once we cross to LUMS in Metropolitan, it's a whole different ballgame. It's not easy to kind of pull the data together because of the restrictions that the system, the platform has on its own. That is a part of integration of these data sources. And we are doing the first version, let's say, of our multimodal dashboards that we'll be using in the piloting. So idea here is that for these dashboards are not necessarily going to be comprehensive to the wider audience, but it's going to be comprehensive to the teachers involved in mainly learning analytics and us on the project. And we're going to learn from our experience in piloting and later on develop visualizations and dashboards for other teachers that are not necessarily coming from technical backgrounds. But here we are at the first stage of multimodal dashboards. And of course, like anything else, when we're dealing with the learner data, we have to deal with ethical requirements. And again, each institution has their own rules, their own settings, but somehow I think we always merge around who has let's say, the strongest guidelines. So why? Because at the end, we aggregate these data. We have to have consent from students that it's okay to use all of their data, and as Sosolis mentioned yesterday in Finland, after 3 months, all of that is deleted. So we kind of have to really get in line with each other's requirements and institutions. And that is why it says here consent for data collection, and it is pretty elaborative. We really have to list a lot of different things. We have to inform our students, what are we going to be doing with this data, how are we going to use it, how are we going to protect it, and essentially that is happening here in our data infrastructure preparation. In the development of intervention and teaching methods, as I said, the idea is once we have this data, we're tracking student progress, we want to have intervention. So in order to do all of this in the piloting, which is coming up here, we have to train our teachers. So most of the teachers that will be joining the piloting are from the technical backgrounds, already have learning analytics knowledge, but some of them are not. So this is something that we have to do in the teacher training. We have to pretty much train people how to use this multimodal dashboard, what it will mean. If you see some indicators, showing up, Is this a student that you should be intervening with, or how you should be intervening with? Is this going to be in-person intervention, interview? Are we going to be referring them to the more materials, having interviews? So it's a whole lot of different interventions that we really have to train the teachers, and of course how to use the entire platform that is being built here. And in our data collection, it's pretty much, as I said, putting this in works, and we will be collecting data, curating data, and intervening throughout the semester. Some of the universities are already starting in January. For us here in Metropolitan, we're starting in February, and we will be going full 15 weeks, and some of you in this room will be participating in piloting. And then at the end, once we have all of this, we really want to do impact analysis, which is always important, see how all of this affected both students and teachers, because we want to improve, and at the end, the idea is to really widespread the findings that we have here. And it goes in line with things that we discussed yesterday, is how to get the institution to accept this and not just stay on the research level, but really bring this up to the institutional level so it can actually be used. And we were actually pretty successful in ILEDA with that part. So pretty much throughout this, I think I explained all of this, and these are just, as I pointed out here, key results. Of course, when you do the projects, you have so many documents, so many outputs, but this is some key results that I pointed out here, not to burden the slide with too many details. What have we accomplished up to this point? So all of the data infrastructure is ready. Our consent forms are ready, our ethical guidelines are ready, and we are close to be done on our intervention methods for the teacher training. So we spent a lot of time on this, and it was not easy. It was pretty challenging, working with 6 universities. Everybody has different requirements, both institutional and course-wide. And just as an illustration of what I mean by multimodal data, so of course we have LMS, and if you see here, we have 3 different LMSs. So we have Moodle, we have Canvas, and we have LUMS here in Metropolitan Learning Activity Management System. So that on its own is pretty challenging, because Moodle already has XAPI. It's a format that is well standardized for the learning analytics, and if we really want to analyze these data together, we all need to obey by the same format. And of course, Canvas and LUMS are a little bit standing out here. Some of the data sources that also will be used are videos. So as I said, Moodle, pretty easy to get the data from videos. LUMS, fingers crossed, we still have to work on this. Surveys, what do we mean by surveys here? This, we kind of experimented on during the ILEDA project, and it really showed really good, let's say, insights and inputs we got. So these are not surveys, we just give at the end of the semester. How did you enjoy the course? What did you like? What didn't you like? That's a part of it. But what we really aim at here for the surveys is weekly surveys. So we really want to track students, how motivated are they, how engaged are they, just to get their feedback every week. So those are the surveys here that are listed. Then we have Discord. We decided to use Discord. Some of, I think, Spain, University from León, had a really good experience using Discord. Mainly they used it in a project-based learning, so students were grouped on Discord, exchanging information while working on the project, and then you can really nicely pull out the data from the Discord, see how they interacted, who participated maybe more in the discussion. There's really some nice inputs you can get from this. Of course, if it's nicely organized, that you can track this interaction, not necessarily them just chatting about how the weather is looking outside. This is Discord for the course purposes. And for the Metropolitan, we actually have, I think it should be released soon. If it's not already, we'll be doing this already institutional level for each course. Sonsoles and Bergen are using games. You can ask Sonsoles in the break how she plans on doing this, but knowing what usually happens in her courses is probably going to be some escape rooms, which are really, really interesting tool, gaming-wise, to be used. And then, I don't know what we have for metadata. Oh yeah, sorry. I know it's obvious. It says Metropolitan. Yeah, I'll confuse myself. Really, what it is here, we're going to be using. What happens in LUMS, we really have to kind of merge the data from LUMS for this XAPI format, and we have a lot of different data that we have that are partly on LUMS but partly on our information system. So we really kind of have to integrate all of this data. Sorry, metadata may not be the best description. AI, UF, I think this is for ChatGPT. Someone's shaking her head. This was actually at the last minute. ChatGPT was originally not planned to be used in this project, but they have already piloted in their courses. And yeah, you can ask them more about it, but I'll show you the tool that was built. Again, very similar to Discord. Structured exercises, structured prompt engineering for solving certain problems. So that's going to be very interesting to see what we get from this data, and of course all of the assignments that we have. And yeah, it has to be data architecture as it is. Again, we have all of our data here, and this is a tool that was actually made for this project by University of Eastern Finland. For the purpose of integration. So some of these data is being pulled in CSV formats. And in order not to have additional challenges with transforming the data in a proper format, you have built a tool that will just let you upload your CSV file, and it will automatically, well, semi-automatically, will transfer it to XAPI. You still have to map it to certain categories. And of course, Bergen has additional work to do to get back to the XAPI. So again, as you see here, all of us, we already have from ELADA this data architecture set up, and we're using Learner Locker, and everything first here is our local lockers, and then it's going on the global, so we can aggregate this data. Of course, data being anonymized and taking care of all of the legal and ethical stuff, considering the learner data. Okay, so I did mention the using XAPI as a format. So what we're really doing here is, this is showing an example, capturing the granularity of video. Again, another nice tool that was built within the project, because we do have challenges in pulling out the quality data of video usage. So this tool was used, or it will be used, at least for Moodle. We still are working on LUMS. How are we going to do this? To see if students are interacting and engaging with the videos that we are posting in the lessons. So for us in Metropolitan, it's very significant because we do have a lot of video materials. Unfortunately, we are using Google Drive for it. So we do have some technical challenges here to still overcome. And here is how this CSV to XAPI tool looks. Relatively easy to use. All of this is actually on the website, so if you do have any of the needs for such tools, feel free to use them. You can upload your CSV file, and then you see how here it's kind of mapped for the XAPI format. And yes, ChatGPT interactions, as I mentioned, another tool that we need to scrape the conversations and all of the data from the ChatGPT that is used in the course. I'm really looking forward to see how this is going to look. As I said, Finland has really nice experience with it, so if this goes really well, I think the rest of us will be soon joining the courses with using. Really what students should do is provide you with the web link of their chat, and the scraper will just scrape everything, and then of course you can play around with it. And this is just an example because we are, as I said, still developing the dashboard, so you can see the total conversations, dual interactions, what are the average users. I mean, there's different things that can be pulled out from those prompting during the problem solving. And again, just an example of the current, let's say, dashboard. As I said, it's not necessarily user-friendly for non-technical folks, but this is just for now because we don't have too much time and the pilots are starting really soon, and this is why we need the training. So This is just an example. I mean, you can still go in Learning Locker. It's giving us some flexibility, but it's not too powerful tool. So I think we're going to be okay for the piloting. Our teacher training is coming in November, and the course piloting, as I said, we're starting from January. And of course, we have been very busy as usual, and even though typically you'll get the first publications after the piloting, these are some of the papers that have been already published, and here, Sonsolis and Muhammad's paper got awarded the best paper award at the LAC conference, which is the largest conference for the learning analytics, and we are very proud of them. So you can scan this if you want to hear more, use any of these tools, learn more about the projects. As I said, I think we have not published yet, but it's coming in the next couple of days. All of this up to the intervention and what we will be using, and of course you can follow the Progress website, and on the I think we have also different social medias, but everything is linked through our website. So I hope I did justice to this whole project. I tried my best to convey what we really are doing. We are a really active group, and if you are interested in any of these things, Sonsolis is here, Mohammed is here, I'm here. Just feel free to ask us anything. And it's always nice to kind of expand the consortium. The LEDA consortium was really similar, except now the Norway joined us. And of course, as soon as the new university join you, there's more challenges because all of these things are not really easy to solve, as I said, because of different things. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, I can answer them. Or some solace.
Okay, thank you, Miroslav, for this lovely presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, there is one question. I'm following with the microphone.
Hi, thank you. I'm kind of slightly worried that might turn out to be controversial when participant in this conference asking about the application of things like this when it comes to art education, especially because I'm a teaching assistant here at the Metropolitan University for graphic design department, and I'm just interested how, just I'm like a rough general idea of how it's going to be implemented when it comes to art education and working with us, our students, for us teachers in art education. Yeah.
You're gonna make a pretty interface now. Well, okay, so thank you for your question, first of all. Okay, maybe for the rest of the audience, we kind of have this challenge here at Metropolitan where we try to implement something, and of course, when you're coming from the IT or software engineering background, we have a certain vision of how this is going to look, and then we have to implement this for the Faculty of Management, and then we have to implement this for the Faculty of Digital Design. Hopefully that's our arts, digital arts. So I do understand your question because we do get a lot of resistance when it comes to implementing what we would like to do. But I don't think there's going to be very difficult. So the idea here is to track student progress. So you're already putting information in our information system. They have assignments. We may be having programming assignments, and yours is art related, but you still have assignments and you're grading these assignments. And you are having students who are struggling for different reasons. And now when you are having, you guys have pretty large groups, and Svetlana complains to me a lot that the groups are large and it's really hard to handle, which means essentially what? It is not easy to track each student individually. The idea here is to track their progress individually. So, if you have 100 students in a class, I'm not saying you do, you cannot know each student, and you cannot give the time to each student individually. But this tool should essentially help you when you look at this dashboard, you say, okay, so this student, for some reason, is not doing any work, or they did an excellent job and all of a sudden they're not doing anything. So this is the time for you as a teacher or a teaching assistant to sit down and say, okay, what should we do here? Are we going to sit down and talk about it? Maybe the student has personal issues. Maybe they don't understand what you guys are teaching them. So it's really, in that sense, it's not different. It is different in the sense, are you going to be using ChatGPT or this? In that sense, it's different. But even if you look at our universities, all of these universities are very much in the computing, more or less. And we're still in a different teaching context. So we will be using Discord for the first time. We are not using ChatGPT. So, but for instance, so Solis is using Escape Room. Svetlana may be using Escape Room in her art history. So then she needs to track what students are doing in the escape room and how they're progressing. So each course is different, even within the same discipline. So just to sum it up, in the sense of tracking student progress, it is the same. What tool you're going to be using, it's going to be different. That's the easiest explanation I can give here.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Are there any more questions? No, well, thank you, Slava, again. Now it's time for a little break. We will have a 15 minutes break, and after that we are starting with our session 1 for today. Thank you. Hello, everybody again. I'm officially opening first session for today, and we have our colleagues, Mina Kunosheva and Angela Nikolic from UTestMe, and they will present you AI-driven enhancements in online knowledge examination, a case study of UTestMe. So, girls, the floor is yours, and thank you very much.
Okay, hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure to talk here today about the topic that's transforming the way how we approach online examination and generally e-learning industry. As Emilia said, my name is Angela, this is my colleague Mina, and before diving into AI, let me introduce you to UTestMe. UTestMe is a software development company with a headquarters in Toronto in Canada. But we also have our core team here in Belgrade. Our main product is UTestMe Get Certified, which is an online platform for online examination and proctoring. We continuously develop our platform capabilities through feedback from our customers and also by creating new trends in learning industry. So today we are going to talk about automated training course generator, about AI question generator, about automated proctoring, and AI auto-marking. Now I'll hand it over to Mina, who will share more details. Okay, thank you. And I'll play the video. Mina will start with a video that's showing you the automated training. So, yeah.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you, Angela, for a lovely introduction. Okay, so we will now explore how AI technology can streamline the process of creating training course. Instead of spending countless hours shifting through materials to find the right topics, you can now simply upload those materials on to give AI basically via hero to the work. When utilizing this feature, you have the flexibility to create new training course or to enhance existing course by adding additional steps. So let's imagine we are creating a new training course. You're going to click on new training course, and to leverage AI in generating the course content, you will check a specific box that activates the AI feature. You're going to give the name to the course and description if you want. And now you have two options. You can either draw from a global knowledge base powered by ChatGPT, or you can use your local library. With a global knowledge base, you can choose any topic you want and determine how many steps you want to have in your training course. The system will automatically start the process, and he will notify you when he finishes it, and then he will present you the results with the steps. On the other hand, if you choose to use a local library, you can upload a file from your system. It can either be PDF or Word document, and the system will extract content from this file to create the course steps. There's also a feature that allows you to add new steps to an existing course. So simply you select already existing course and just you generate steps with AI and choose either the global knowledge base or your local library again. Okay, and this is how you can do that, is doing that in the already existing course in the system. And also, this AI feature works across different languages, and it tailors the content to match the language of the materials provided for the selected topic, ensuring that the course steps are easy to understand and relevant to the user needs. So whether you're creating a brand new course or encasing an existing one, AI is here to make the process faster and more efficient. Okay, I'm going to go back to presentation. Sorry. Yeah, like this one. Thank you. Okay, you can now move to next slide. Now I will talk about revolutionizing the way we create test questions. With UTestMe Get Certified and AI, you can now generate all the necessary questions based on a chosen topic or set of provided materials, all with just a few clicks and few minutes. Whether you're starting from scratch or encasing an existing question pool, the process is streamlined and efficient. You have the choice between global knowledge base and your local library, the same as it was with the training course. You can, when you choose from the global knowledge base, you can select the topic that you want, you can select how many questions you want the system to create, and you need to select question type that you want to use. Or you can use a local library where you can upload your PDF or Word document, and the system will give you the questions that you want in that question pool. Furthermore, this AI feature is designed to be multilingual friendly also, generating questions and answers in the language of your choice. And this makes it easier to create assessments that are accessible to a global audience, ensuring that language barriers are minimized and the learners can engage with the content in their preferred language. So with this technology, you're not just creating questions, you're designing an entire assessment experience that is efficient, customizable, and inclusive. The AI handles heavy lifting, allowing you to focus on what matters the most, and that is delivering high-quality education and training. So think about how this tool can help you into your own practices, whether you're working in education or your corporate training or any field that requires consistent and reliable assessments. The AI capabilities we're discussing today can provide a significant boost to your efficiency and effectiveness. Okay, and now regarding the questions, we have one more feature, and that is, you can, yes, still the same slide, thank you. It's creating essay questions with the AI, auto-marking feature. So traditionally, essay questions require manual grading due to their complex nature and the need to detail a review and feedback to candidates or students. However, with the advancement in AI, we now can automate the process, significantly reducing the time and effort that we need to grade the essay questions. When it's time to grade the candidate's essay, the AI auto-marking feature in UTestMe application allows you to compare the candidate's answer against the materials that you provide to the system in the library. And the system does this by analyzing the similarity of sentences, word usage, paragraphs, order of words, and even some synonyms of the words that you used and the words that are in that local library. However, it's important to remember that AI's grading is based on similarity and not a full understanding of the text. So what we do, we recommend to extract the relevant sections that align closely with the essay questions into a separate file. And this allows the AI to focus on the specific content you want to evaluate, and that is leading to more accurate results. This feature is particularly beneficial for institutions that need to process a high number of assessments efficiently. So to wrap up this segment, I hope you now have a clear understanding of how AI can significantly streamline both the creation of training course, questions into question pools, and rating questions within a UTest and Get Certified application. Now, I will hand over to Angela to present the next topic.
We're gonna go back because I want to show you, I think this is one of the most powerful and most popular feature in UTest. It's called proctoring. It's actually exam monitoring. So AI proctoring uses advanced algorithms to monitor candidates during their exam. That's how we ensure the integrity of the examination process. Depending on the settings that administrators set of the rules, which are totally customizable, the system can track types of violations. So in fact, we can track 15 types of violations, such as browser is not supported, focus changed to a different window, so AI is tracking the student's eyes, so if they move their focus, the AI is noticing it. Full screen mode is disabled, the webcam is disabled, face is invisible or not looking into camera, several faces are in front of camera, face do not match to a profile, or found a similar profile, atypical keyword writing also, microphone is muted or volume is low, conversation or noise in the background, no network connection or no connection to mobile camera. I want to say that all these violations have their sensibility. So you can modify them in order how I can track what is considered as a violation due to your scenario of the exam. So now I'm going to play a video showing how the proctoring is looking from the student's perspective. Just a second. Okay. I will play that.
Proctored using artificial intelligence, please enter the application as a student using the credentials we sent to you. Proctoring systems monitor and record suspicious behavior during the exam through the candidate's webcam microphone and screen. Candidates can take high-stakes exams at their convenience, and test owners can rest assured that test integrity is protected. To explore this process, select the Assignments option and then My Tests. Click the Start button for the automated proctoring demo test. Acknowledge the instructions and hit the Start button again. The proctoring software will start an equipment check to verify the exam environment. In this step, candidates may be required to install a browser extension and connect the webcam and microphone, as the system records video and audio during the exam. Afterward, a candidate must share the screen so the proctoring system can monitor it during the exam. The proctoring system also validates the network. The following 2 steps are optional, and the test manager decides if they want to include them. In them, candidates are required to verify their identity by taking 2 photos. The first is a photo of their face, and the second is a photo of the candidate's ID. Lastly, the candidate should again allow screen sharing and start the test. The test-taking process is conducted in the usual manner, except candidates can see themselves in the lower left corner. Proctoring system will notify candidates in real time of the suspicious acts it recognizes, like when the candidate's face is not in front of the camera. You can go through the questions and submit the test, at which point the candidate's web camera, microphone, and screen are disconnected from the system. Once the test is finished, a test taker is presented with a personal report, including the proctoring mark. The proctoring mark may or may not affect the passing mark. In any case, it will be presented in the candidate's report, including the credibility grade automatically generated by proctoring software and the proctor's grade with a comment. After reviewing the video recording, the proctor provides a grade and a comment on the candidate's behavior. The proctor can confirm the credibility grade generated automatically or change it. To explore other workflows in the application, please refer to our other step-by-step instructional videos.
Okay. As you might have seen in the video, students have to take an equipment check and ID check if needed. So that's the optional part, because we want to ensure that you have a student profile that IE can match. If some other face is visible, so IE will track as will set as violation. So also administrator of the exam set the rules, as I said, based on their scenario, and the system itself records and monitors the test using the behavioral tracker. Once the exam is finished, the system generates a credibility report, as you heard in this video, and stores the exam report for the optional human validation. So we also have that, and that is called like, we have an option to review that report and to check what violations IE has tracked. Will that affect the passing mark or no? Additionally, the system creates random photos of the student's face and also short videos of the violation detected that are available for reviewing later. Each video is accompanied by a chart displaying violation that occurs during the time frame. So after the test is completed, as we said, the report is generated, proctoring or credibility report is generated, and then you can review. Now I'm going to show you how does that look from the administrator's perspective.
This video will introduce you to the record and review process, where the system records the candidate during the whole test-taking process by flagging suspicious parts of the recording. The primary advantage of the record and review process is that students can take exams at any time rather than being limited to pre-scheduled exam times set by the test organizer. Accessing the recordings is a straightforward process for the proctor. They can open a proctoring report in a monitoring tab of a desired test. The proctor must check 3 key aspects of the recording to ensure that the assessment process is fair, transparent, and reliable. Our proctors are doing review within a guaranteed time frame. Firstly, the proctor must verify the student's ID and ensure that the candidate who completed the exam is the same person who registered for it. This is important to prevent any identity fraud or impersonation during the exam. If the candidate uploads an invalid or incomprehensible ID document, the proctor will create a request in the application for the candidate to update their ID again. The candidate will receive an email with a link to update the document, and once the update is complete, the proctor will receive a notification indicating that a new ID has been added. The proctor should then check whether the new ID is valid. Secondly, the proctor must review the recording of the candidate's surroundings to ensure that there are no unauthorized materials or persons present. This helps to prevent cheating during the exam and ensures that the assessment process is conducted under fair conditions. Finally, the proctor must review the video of the candidate taking the exam to ensure that there are no violations or suspicious behavior during the exam. This includes checking for any unauthorized screen sharing, the opening of new tabs or windows, or other forms of cheating. To review the recording, the proctor should check all spots marked red. Those spots are detected as suspicious by the system. These may include instances where the test taker looked away from the screen, covered their face, or had someone else in the room. To ensure a comprehensive approach, we suggest increasing the video playback speed by 10 times and reviewing the entire recording. After reviewing the recording, the proctor should resolve all proctoring reports by rating them and entering a comment for each one of them. The comment should include a brief description of the incident if it happened, This information will be useful for instructors and administrators who need to review the report and take action if necessary. This method of administering exams is becoming increasingly popular, particularly in the current climate of remote learning and online education. With a record and review process, educational institutions can ensure that the assessment process is fair, transparent, and reliable, even when proctors are not present during the exam.
And the last, I'm going to show you the newest feature regarding the proctoring. As here you may see, there is additional camera. How is that done? We have the proctoring, it's connected with your mobile phone. So you got the QR code, you check that QR code, and you're automatically connected to the proctoring system. It's required for you by the rules that are set by administrator, for example, to put over here, as you may see in the video, to put your mobile, so your environment is all seen. And also, as I said, AI tracks and sound and all behavior, how the student working. So here you may see that all parts are red, so the student is working properly. When we come to the red parts, that means that AI has detected some of the violation and that needs, for example, a human validation of it. So that can affect also to a passing mark, and I think this and the other cheating prevention mechanisms like lockdown browser, safe exam browser, that we have secure online examination process. So that will be it. Here are some of our clients that have been using data. Thank you. Do you maybe have any questions? What is the most interesting AI feature for you?
Okay, thank you, Mina and Angela, for a very interesting presentation. In the audience, is there any question maybe?
Oh, thank you for your presentation. I was thinking, in light of my presentation yesterday, have you found any situations that in which your, especially the proctoring system, might be biased, for example, at not recognizing some faces better than others, or not being, have you noticed any potential bias situations within your system?
Yes, there were some situations, but nothing which wasn't able to fix. So we have instructions for the student to prepare for their exam. So the light has to be good in the environment they're working the exam. So when that is done, also when they're wearing glasses, just to put their face a little bit back, and the AI will catch each face. So those were the only situations known from the practice.
Okay, thank you.
But our support service is working 24 hours, and we have each moment an in-app chat. If, for example, some student is having troubleshoots, having problems, they can always write a proctor, and proctor will guide them.
Okay, one more question.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a really nice presentation, and it's really nice to see that it evolved since we heard, let's say, a version from 2 years ago. But while I was listening, something really popped to my head. Maybe as a teacher, when we have a large group, whenever we need human intervention,
yes,
it's okay. But the question arises is, what happens if the large group is requiring this human intervention? I don't know if, have you followed up with the companies that you work with? In other sense, are there situations where you really have to have a lot of people you know, checking all these red reports and how time-consuming, resource-consuming. I mean, it's really nice and great when everything is green, but if you have to check every red, and let's say you have 500 or 1,000 students, that's a lot of intervention. So I don't know if you have any experience with that, or how does that look?
Yes, yes. We have, for example, IFSI is, let's say, their official organization for insurance certification in Canada. And for example, they have over 100,000 exams per year. And we do this system for them. So the students are taking anytime their exam remotely, and we are checking. They have to get their result within 24 hours. So we have proctors who are educated to do their job. And I think what was your concern, if you as an administrator would have to do that? I think yes, that's a very time consuming. But there comes our service. We do that service for you. So we have proctors who will create you the total proctoring report because, for example, we also had one situation that there was a cat in the room, and the AI was detecting as a red flag. So the proctor had to send a message to a student to remove the cat, or because so the exam could be conducted good. So I think yes, that it's possible. We already have the system for it. We are developing to scale. So the question is yes, but only if we do that as a service for you. I agree that for you as a professor, that is probably time-consuming for a big number of exams.
But students tend not to cheat when you give the proctoring, when you are recording them or doing the test. So that is like some on psychological level plus.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, more questions from the audience? Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, with the wearable technologies we have now, for example, smart glasses, or even those earrings that basically are headphones, are there any plans to mitigate those risks to avoid students using that technology?
Sure, we always try to improve the system, the proctoring system, to detect all those. Sorry, I will get back to it, because we also have, for example, you an administrator can allow that student wear those glasses. You can allow, for example, them to have a 2-minute pause to go to the bathroom, for example. All those rules can be set in advance. So you may send, for example, us a note that this student will use that. So the proctor will know and want to detect us as a violation. I hope I answered that question. If not, I'm willing to proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, more questions? Okay, I have one. I'm interested, last year you were here with your story, and now you have some improvements in the system. I'm curious, do you have some statistics or track the improvements and the results, and maybe to show, maybe not now, but next year, maybe at the conference, how everything is improving and the effects, and how AI is evolving and what you have as a result of that?
Yeah. Do you want me to answer, or you? Okay. I think that really big changer was that you can upload your PDF, your material, if you're not secure, for example, with ChatGPT, and it can make you the whole training. It can make you the question books. So you can upload your book, for example, and it can detect all the questions you want. So then you can use the randomizer to randomize all those questions. So each student will have a unique exam. And I think that's a very cool feature. I don't know from your side as a teacher, maybe you will answer that better, but for now, statistics, like, we didn't prepare, to be honest.
I said next year.
Next year. Yes, but all of our clients, we are updating our application, and they have all that allowed on their versions of application, so they are using it.
Great. It would be really interesting to see.
If not for example, for official exams, you may use it for practice exams. You may use it for surveys. So all those features are allowed and more easier with AI.
Great. Thank you again. So now we have next presentation.
Okay. We're gonna turn this.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now we have. Okay. We have a paper titled Architecture of an Automated Grading System Using Solidity for Blockchain Development. And our colleague Mladen will present the paper. So Mladen, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello everyone. This paper is about automated grading system using Solidity for blockchain development. It's a completely different professional system that we saw. This is a concept architecture, and we will discuss these topics. We first have to discuss the Ethereum network, then Solidity language, then about auto-graders, current solutions, and then we will so in the beginning, we have to explain that Solidity is a language that is built.
Извини, микрофон uzmi baš slabo.
Okay. I forgot to turn on the microphone. So we are here with the first part. So Ethereum network. So Solidity is a language that is developed to create smart contracts on Ethereum network. Later there were other networks that also support Ethereum. So we first have to explain what is Ethereum. So Ethereum is the decentralized open source blockchain with smart contract functionality. Its key features are smart contracts. So self-executing contracts with the terms directly written in code. Also, it has Ether, that is a native cryptocurrency that is on Ethereum, and all contracts they use up Ethereum way for the contract. So because we will see later, it has a virtual machine where you pay for services of the virtual machine. So it enables decentralized applications, apps running on Ethereum without downtime, fraud, or control interference. Also, it enables decentralized finance, enables borrowing, lending, other financial services without traditional intermediaries, as any blockchain idea. Obviously, Ethereum virtual machine. It allows developers to create and run some smart contracts on global decentralized computer. And the security is achieved with the consensus mechanism that moves from the proof of works to the proof of stake recently with the Ethereum 2.0 upgrade. So we come to the Solidity part. So what is Solidity? It's a statically typed content-oriented programming language designed for writing smart contracts on the Ethereum blockchain.
and its key features are high-level language, similar to JavaScript and C++. Smart contract focused. It is built to develop decentralized applications, dApps, and execute smart contracts. Inheritance, it has inheritance, it has libraries, it is a very complex language. It compiles to bytecode, and it is run on Ethereum virtual machine. It is open source, and many problems come from its being open source because it is programmable money, and if you can see everything open, then there are also very high chances of abuse if you don't program something well. So common use cases is token creation. You can create generally fungible or non-fungible tokens. Fungible tokens are like money, and non-fungible tokens and NFTs are like images or art, for example. It can also be used to create voting systems, also decentralized finance platforms, and what was very popular, crowd sales, auctions, initial coin offerings, security token offerings, and etc. So this is typical. Basically, this is an example of a smart contract. So it is ERC20 contract, and each ERC contract you have to first start here. So it is, if you literally said, is ERC20, and it is ownable. So if it is ERC20 contract, this contract uses standard interface, and it is provided by OpenZeppelin library. So you basically include the library here, and you can create tokens very easily. Also, it is ownable, so it creates other stuff like constructor, min function, and burn function. So, and that takes us to the autograders. So we reviewed almost everything we can find, and there is nothing for Solid. But first, let's talk a little bit about autograders. Autograders are programs that help teaching staff reducing the workload of moving, of having manually graded students, and also removing the teaching staff bias. So they automatically grade students. It's not AI, but maybe next time we can include some AI in this architecture. So far we haven't. Early autograded programs were able to take only very simple programming assignments. Early issues, outputs were only correct or incorrect. Checking a strict set of successive instructions was written by students. Procedural programming paradigm was only supported. And the current generation of autograders is much better. And it emerged with the rise of high-speed internet and modern development technologies. It is generally a web application with nice UI to the student, advantages, lower hardware requirements, problems everything goes there, no need for interpreter compiler, and no need for ID because everything is in browser. And disadvantages, internet connections requirements, so they need to have internet connection, but nowadays everyone has connection, so there is no disadvantage generally. So the only thing that we have found that actually works is this game, or very simple autograder called crypto zombies. It is a very scientific It is game-based, step-by-step lessons, interactive coding, and advanced topics. So basically how it works. We have a lesson on the left side. You can write code here, and you have the assignment. And then when you write your answer, you click on the check answer, and it tells you if it's okay or it's not okay. So that's the basic idea. So we try to copy something like that, and our concept is here. So we have here mathematical operations. We have possibility to enter Solidity contract, and then you can submit or you can run contracts. First step. So this is our UI, and generally simply works like students read the lesson, students complete the test, and students submit the answer and moves to the next question. That's so far the idea. And this is the proposed architecture. So the system has to have a front end, a back end, SQL database. Then we queue the tests, and then takes the tests and runs them, makes something in the SQL, and then returns the answer to the RabbitMQ that is then shown on the front end to the student. So these are the components, and this is the idea of the architecture. We have conceptual architecture that we have envisioned. Obviously, it is a beginning stage of the research, and it might not look like that when it comes to the stage as the product that we saw earlier. And this is basically it.
Thank you, Vlade, for your presentation. Do we have some questions from the audience? No questions from Vlade? Okay, then.
Only AI is interesting to me.
It seems so. But for next year, something to put in your research, considering AI.
Yes, we will consider.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And now I will invite Jelena. She will present the paper with the title Adaptive and Personalized E-Learning, the Present Perfect Tense Acquisition by Serbian Online Learners. Jelena, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. As you can tell by the title of my presentation, the focus of my research is on the effect of an adaptive and personalized present perfect lesson on Serbian online students. So the main reason why I chose the present perfect tense specifically lies in the fact that this tense doesn't have its direct counterpart in Serbian grammar. So many students tend to struggle when it comes to its application in everyday communication, both the written and spoken language. So, as I already mentioned, the aim of my research is to find out how can we make such a lesson, the lesson on present perfect tense, more adaptive, more personalized in order to engage more students, to boost their motivation, and to explore the overall effect it has on their overall performance. So the research was conducted at the University in Belgrade, the Faculty of Philology. It comprised 3 groups of 25 students, 75 in total, and they came from the Department for Serbian Literature, and their elective course was Contemporary English. The main methodology of the research relies on 3 key aspects. The first of all, of course, the relevant theoretical background, since it allowed me to gain valuable insight into some of the basic aspects of educational psychology, such as experiential learning and David Kolb's individual learner styles. I will talk about it much more later. And of course, the second one, gathering information on students' personal interests, their personal preoccupations, since it was valuable information. If we want to make a lesson that is fully adaptive and personalized, we really need to be aware of some parts of the situational context under which the students acquire knowledge. Of course, it is completely impossible to track down every single student's individual preferences and the learning process, but what can be done, at least in the beginning of the research, is to focus on the importance of these elements and to raise awareness of the importance of students' individuality. And of course, the feedback analysis and designing feedback analysis allows us to design the basic steps to the adaptive lesson. Before I move on, I would like to point out the important relationship between motivation and online learning. We are all aware of the fact that online learning has its own challenges when it comes to students' motivation. The students are allowed to choose their study time freely, so it can really affect their motivation. So they really need to be engaged. And the best way is to focus on the factors that contribute to their motivation. Some of them I already mentioned, okay, personal interest, but the most valuable one would be their ability to contribute to the study material. So the ability to express their opinion freely and to be able to maybe alter some points in the lesson in order to suit their personal preferences. Being aware of their current priorities and obligations. Again, it has its own challenges. It's an online lesson, but we may try to gather as much information as possible from the students regarding their situational context under which they are studying. And of course, the ability to apply the learned material to other fields of studying is more than valuable. As I already mentioned, from the theoretical background, the most important aspect of experiential learning is the importance of individual experience of a learner. So as the name itself suggests, experiential learning is based on the learner's experience, the conditions under which the student acquires knowledge. And as David Kolb suggests, there are 4 different stages of such a learning process: experience, reflection, thinking, and acting. We can observe all those stages as part of a cycle, and the most important thing I wanted to point out here, what Alice Kolb said, is that the way in which we navigate the learning cycle varies from person to person. So it is highly individual due to our personality, cultural background, professional career, etc. We are all learners and we are constantly researching, but we're all doing that in our own unique way. So speaking of uniqueness when it comes to learning, there are different styles, learners' individual learning styles, according to David Kolb. And most of them are divided according to the way the students gather information and are focused on the material. So we can have the diverging style when the learners approach the lesson from different perspectives. They like to search for various sources. Then we have the assimilating style. When I think about these learner styles, I sometimes like to think about my own learning style, and I can say that it might be a mixture of the two. But mostly it is assimilating style when we observe on the thinking process. So we experience the knowledge, and then it comes the thinking process, which involves, of course, reflecting on what we have just found out, learned, etc. Converging style enables participants to rely on activating the knowledge, and accommodating style, it might be the style when the students are more reliant on the intuition, on their own intuition, and they prefer a practical approach, and they do not rely too much on the logic. Of course, the most important part of the research were the surveys. There were two separate surveys. One was gathering data in class. It was done during one of the initial classes at the beginning of the semester. Even though it was an online class, the survey was, the students were given certain questions. So the class objective were personality adjectives. And the material, the book, actually, as you can see in the photo here, the personality adjectives were classified according to zodiac signs. So this is not related directly to present perfect tense or grammar, since this is a vocabulary lesson, but it sparked an idea. It actually made me realize that we need to be aware whether certain students would be comfortable, whether they would like to change the topic. So it all boosted the importance, the awareness. It actually rose the awareness of the importance of making the lesson more personalized. And in order to do that, we have to approach the students directly and to pose them these questions. So they were asked whether they were familiar with the zodiac signs, would they be more comfortable, for example, switching the topic or talking about something in general. And of course, their response was, I can say as expected. They said that they would be more comfortable if they wouldn't have to talk about zodiac. They're not very familiar with it, they do not think they could write, etc. So we can see all these expressions reflect their insecurity. And that was extremely important for me as a teacher to realize that, because when the students are insecure, their motivation rate really just declines. So the precious answer was from one of the students was class maybe somehow change, and that is when their engagement happened. So we decided, of course, to change, and they were allowed to talk about, of course, a friend, a sibling, etc. And the second survey that actually was made for in order to make to enable me to make to design a present perfect personalized lesson. The aim of the survey was to find out what are some of the preoccupations of the students, the obligations they have to fulfill by the end of the semester, how much time they commit to learning English, bearing in mind that that was their elective course. Does it overlap with other subjects, to what extent, and whether they think they can apply. Of course, when it comes to language, it is a useful tool which is almost always applied to other fields, but we really needed to get some results. So as you can see here, when it comes to their personal obligations, 85% of the students have the greatest the greatest obligation was to complete the Serbian literature project by the end of the semester, and it was causing a lot of pressure. They even talked about it in class, in English class. So for us as teachers, it was very precious, it was a precious piece of information, because we knew that what was actually the source of something that might decline their motivation for English language. Time for studying, of course, varied. Since it's an elective course, usually studying on weekends, once a week, overlapping with other subjects. Most of them again mentioned the Serbian project, because the project was on literary criticism, and most of the information they retrieved was from various sources that were written in English. They are also reading in English, and they are gathering some important facts. And of course, most of them were aware of the fact that, almost all of them, that they can apply their knowledge to other fields. So, as you may look here, all the results that I just mentioned for the survey allowed me to design the adaptive present perfect lesson. So we have different parts of the lesson. Of course, the introductory and explanation part. Of course, the basic grammar revision. And the correlation with the learner's styles. Of course, again, I'd like to point, I already mentioned that it is impossible to track down every single student's style. It is something that is very tricky, because it boils down to our personality and psychology. But we tried to find out at least whether such a method might be correlated to the style. The second row here, we have comparison between past simple and present perfect. it was something valuable for them because they showed a lot of progress after having compared past simple and present perfect sentences. Since past simple, of course, the notion of past, present, and future is omnipresent in all languages. So it was easier for them to rely on a source that they're already familiar with. And of course, I would say that the most important part were the assignments, especially since it's an online lesson. We always struggle with ways to keep students engaged after the class. And their assignments, one of them were the illustrations of the usage of personal sentences. When I say personal sentences directly, I think about the sentences where they have to write about themselves. And whenever we have to write something down about ourselves, some facts, we immediately feel more engaged. And the most important journal recording, actually that was a written journal, as you may see here. The task that allowed us to actually find out how exactly they are able to progress and whether this adaptive lesson was successful or not. So their journal assignment, their task was to write a weekly journal on the accomplishments, but in Serbian literature project. We were actually helping them focus on the Serbian project that was causing pressure, but under the condition to apply the present perfect tense sentences. Of course, they were given a sample from one of my journals when I was tracking their overall progress. But if we take a look at some of the extracts from their journals at the beginning and at the end of the assignments, we can see a drastic contrast. So at the beginning of the assignment, the students were focused on using present perfect at all costs. So they crammed it into sentences. The sentences were very short, like I have read, I have written down, and we have less focus is placed on actually the task, their assignment. Of course, if we take a look at extract 2 and towards the end of the assignment, we can see that the sentences are longer, some basic mistakes are avoided and corrected, and we have more information on the story and their accomplishments regarding the project. So what we actually accomplished here was to engage them in using present perfect almost as a tool and subconsciously, almost subconsciously, in order to complete their other project that was actually the main cause of the pressure they were under. So they were subconsciously using it, and it was fully personalized as it was something that they were all engaged in. And in conclusion, as I already, just to sum up what I have already said, so some steps to designing a successful adaptive online lesson rely on the fact whether we will pay attention to the situational context under which the learning environment is, under which the learner is learning and the process is happening. So if we apply the acquired information to that context, then the lesson will allow students to participate, maybe even suggest some changes, as I mentioned, the Zodiac lesson. So they might even provide their own illustration, and at that point they might leave their own mark on the lesson. And connecting the requirements that students might have, allowing the adaptation and relevance to broader concepts. And before I finish, just something that is actually a lingering question, that is what can be done with this? This was a very limited research, of course, but what can be done to actually broaden it and to adapt it to other fields? So since a language, any language is of course the basic tool of expressing our opinion, we can use it to, for example, talk about short articles, write short articles or talk about on different topics, such as, for example, science topic, wildlife, anatomy. So, for example, in order to practice English phrases and vocabulary. So the point here was to merge the two related or even unrelated subjects. What remains to be seen is how we would merge, for example, because Serbian literature and English language, they fall under very similar area of learning. They're still dealing with phrases, expressions, But if we match, for example, English and wildlife, then we can rely on English vocabulary or some grammar that is used in order to explain certain aspects. So as you may see here, some illustration about something that might hopefully contribute to broadening the research. So in this case, subject 1 was English grammar, present perfect tense. When we go through all the acquisition steps, and we have to also be aware of its application. So subject 2 is acquired only through subject 1 application. So that is what the students in this research did. They acquired the present perfect tense successfully through applying it to another subject. This is the list of the sources that I found useful for the research. Of course, I already mentioned Alice Holt, David Holt, and some other sources regarding online teaching and some challenges that are still to be solved. And that would be all for today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jelena, for an interesting presentation. Are there any questions in the audience for Jelena? Okay, first there.
So, thank you very much for your presentation. I need to say, because I'm a little bit sick, that I didn't follow your presentation from the very beginning. So please excuse if I ask something that you already covered.
It's all right. It's all right. Thank you.
2 questions to identify the main problem of your research was how you can apply teaching of grammar to online teaching, or what was actually the main idea?
The main idea was to actually find out what the student's main preoccupation was at that point. That was a very context-specific situation. So we actually came up with the idea that we can use the present perfect tense in order to help them apply it to the writing journal on their reading assignment.
Okay. And
they were from the Department for Serbian Literature, and they were really preoccupied with that task.
Okay. And how you connect it to, I know now, creating of e-learning provisions and materials. Can you make some connection to that? Is there some idea or new proposal for that, in your opinion?
Well, definitely. I think that when it comes to
create more engaging material and not to have an accent on grammar.
Yes, I think that
communicative tasks.
Yes. So, if I understood the question, you wanted to say how can we focus more on more creativity when it comes to applying, since it's an online lesson. Grammar.
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
not to memorize,
yeah.
You know,
like of course.
lists of grammar.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say exactly with the personal sentences. So it's extremely important for. It's actually difficult with grammar to make it creative and engaging. But something that I have also done in my classes before was to also tell them to make a story using only, for example, certain tense. And they would, for example, create short stories and use personal sentences. Yes, when I mentioned personal sentences, that would be, for example, today I have done this and that. I haven't completed this and that yet. And that is something that is troubling me. And that allows them to actually, what I noticed, in the class, was that it immediately sparked compassion among students, because they are always adding what they haven't accomplished yet. So that was something that that came to my mind when it comes to grammar, because grammar is extremely challenging to be taught. With vocabulary, it's different. When we have vocabulary phrases, it itself sparks creativity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for questions.
I'm very grateful for your presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another question from the audience.
Thank you. That was really interesting. You mentioned that you had your students write journal. Was that online journal or?
Yes, sorry, I forgot to specify. The journal was submitted via Moodle online.
Okay.
So they had to write it in.
Okay, then I have another question, which is kind of interesting to me. So you had some really nice conclusions where you kind of, how should I say, concluded that certain progress was detected. Now, how did you actually, let's say, detect that progress? Was it just, what methodology did you use? Was it subjective from you as a teacher, or you use some, let's say, learning analytics or any, automated or semi-automated tools to kind of track what actually happened from the beginning of the journal to the end of the journal?
So actually, it was subjective. There weren't a lot of students, 3 groups of students. So I was the one who checked the journals. They submitted the journals weekly. So I was, apart from the obvious mistakes, like using have instead of has, etc. I noticed that their journals became longer, the sentences became longer over time. Maybe it was because they were making progress also with their reading, but it really differed a lot. So it was rather subjective, but of course, if we want to broaden the research, definitely we would need to rely on analytics and maybe some helpful tools that will enable us to actually track down every detailed progress.
Yeah, I would encourage you to look at, there's some really nice research going on, maybe not directly what you're doing, but in self-regulated learning, and they're mapping a lot of activities, especially with writing, with cognitive and metacognitive processes, and you can really track some of those progresses, especially, let's say, in the essay writing. This is not necessarily specifically essay writing, but it's really related because you have journals, so I would encourage you to look into it. I think you can get really nice results.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay, any more questions? No, I have one suggestion for your research, maybe to incorporate ChatGPT it's now a very popular topic. So next year you can tell us what you got with your results.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jelena, very much.
Thank you for your attention.
Now we have an online presentation from our colleagues from Italy. So just a few minutes to see if they are online.
Now you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, okay, now I will officially announce you. We have a paper titled Revolutionizing Online Learning, the Promise and Pearls of Chatbots and Blockchain. And Seima will present the paper. So, Seima, the floor is yours, and you have our attention. And when you finish the presentation, I will ask if someone has a question for you. Okay,
Okay.
You can start.
Good evening, everyone. I am Seima Mehboob, PhD student at the University of Bali. I apologize for the absence of my professor because he is engaged with another meeting at this moment, and I am presenting on behalf of him. Today my topic is about revolutionizing the online learning, the promise and pulse of chatbot and blockchain. And the future direction of digital education is about to shift from traditional classroom to digital environment. Online learning provides flexibility, accessibility, and global reach to everyone through digitalization of education. And my main focus is about exploring how chatbot and blockchain can revolutionize online learning. And my key research question is how blockchain improve transparency and trust in online assessment. How does real-time chatbot personalization enhance learning path? Can blockchain and chatbot together create a more secure data and exchange system? A rigorous Prisma approach is used in this study for reviewing the literature. Studies from 2020 to 2024 focusing on the educational application of chatbot and blockchain is reviewed in this study. Initially 300 records were reviewed, from which identified 300 from Scopus index, record removed, non-pair record reviewed, duplicate record and non-English were 200, and total record screened was 100. After final screening, 19 record was excluded from the study and 81 assessed for the eligibility. After assessing 81 record, 42 final record was included in these studies. Blockchain in technology in education. Core benefit of blockchain technology is provide immutable records, secure transaction, decentralization of storage of academic records, standardized fraud resistance digital credentials. Blockchain in online assessment provide immutable and trust. Blockchain guarantee no tampering of exam result, reduce center authority and making assessment transparent. Chatbot in personalized learning provide chatbot adopt to students need, provide immediate feedback. Chatbot streamline tasks, helping students and educators to save their times, and it's given personalized feedback, higher engagement, and 24 hours availability for the students. Chatbot uses in education, adapting content to student proficiency in real time. It provides handling of student queries, course registration, and feedback. Chatbot limitations and challenges are risk of generating inaccurate and incomplete information, limited capability for deep interaction without human intervention, and potential misuse by students for cheating and cutting off the corners. Integration of blockchain and chatbot together provide secure and transparent interaction with decentralized control. Blockchain verified chatbot generated transaction, ensuring secure personalized student data exchange. Blockchain and chatbot together provide leveraging AI personalized education while using secure students record, enhancing trust, data security in education transaction. Future of education provide chatbot. Future direction for my study is about development of a real-time chatbot that adjusts to student progress, using blockchain to create a secure, unalterable digital assessment and address scalability and privacy concern to unlock full potential. And now concluding my studies about blockchain improves transparency, security, and trust in online education. Chatbot revolutionized personal learning and streamlined administrative process. Combining this technology offers promising future for secure, adaptive, and efficient education system. Focusing on developing scale, secure solution for wider adaptation of blockchain and chatbot together in a online education system. Key takeaways, personalization, trust, data-driven insight, customers centricity, collaboration, and transparency provided by blockchain and chatbot together. You hear me?
Okay, thank you, Seema, for your presentation. Are there any questions from the audience for Seema? No. Maybe I have one question. Do you have some interesting plans for some future work considering this topic or to introduce some new techniques here?
Your sound is not clear to me. Can you repeat your question again?
So what are your plans for future work to expand your research on the topic?
My future perspective is to expand this research is about to provide transparent and provide infrastructure to adapt to blockchain and chatbot in online learning to enhance student proficiency and evaluation, transparent students evaluation and assessment in education.
Yeah, I just meant on in general, what are do you plan to expand your research?
Sorry, can you tell me again?
I just thought for your plans for some future work, nothing more.
Yes, I am explaining that the use of blockchain and chatbot can enhance student transparency, and we can use it for the online learning to provide a secure and transparent students record and their credentials and their evaluation reports. And for institution, it is required infrastructure which can make them more innovative for the future.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And we hope that we will see you again with some new results next year on the conference.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, same again. Now, I would like to announce our colleagues from Croatia and to ask Clara to say if she can hear us. Clara, are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, great, great. Well, our colleagues from Carnet, they will represent the paper, the pilot study within the A University's project. Clara, will you share your screen with us?
Yes, I will share my screen right away. I will also start my video so you can see me. Unfortunately, I can't see you in this Zoom mode.
Okay.
But I can see on a different link, but I'm not going to switch between links. So anyway,
I understand now.
I want to greet all of you, especially Professor Dragan and Miroslava and Olga. And I'm really sorry we are not there in person this year. And I hope next year we'll be there in person. And I'm going to share my, hello, hi.
Okay.
Great. Now I can see
Hi, Clara.
Hi.
We would really like you to come in person next year. We know that you couldn't this year to be here. Your colleague Luca had a very interesting presentation yesterday. We enjoyed, and we really hope that you will join us next year.
Same here. I really hope so. We had this clash with the cybersecurity conference. I was listening to the conference all the time, so I heard Lucas talk as well yesterday. It was really interesting. Okay, I'm going to share the pilot study which we conducted within our project universities. Let me just share the screen. Just a second. Okay, it's this one. And start the presentation.
Okay, great. Clara, we see your screen, and now the floor is yours and you can start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so some of you were there last year at the same conference, the e-learning conference in Belgrade, and I actually talked about the same thing, but I was talking about the nascent phase, about the beginning of the pilot study, and now there is a sequel. So I'm going to present the sequel and everything that happened within this year. So before I tell you something more about the pilot, I will tell you something about my agency, Croatian Academic and Research Network. I will give you some context on e-Universities project, and then I will tell you about the pilot research and the results in the form of implications and recommendations. Current Academic and Research Network is NRAN. There is a network of NRANs around the world. It was actually founded in 1991, and it was the first and only provider of internet in Croatia. And it was founded under Ministry of Science and Education. We provide 70 different services, and we hire 200 people in 8 different cities. So our beneficiaries include different ministries, hospitals, public institutions, and all citizens in the segment of security on the internet. So that's one of our major themes, cybersecurity, and it covers all population in Croatia. Our focus is on primary and secondary schools and science and higher education. So there is definitely this focus on education, covering all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary level. And that's why we implemented this project e-universities. So just a few words about the project. So the objective of the project is to improve the quality and accessibility of the higher education system by strengthening the flexibility and innovation of public higher education institutions through supporting investments in digital teaching infrastructure, but also in developing teacher competences. So the total value of the project is 84 million euro. It started in 2022 and it will last until the end of 2025. We lead the project, but we are not the only one who are conducting the project. We have our partners. That is the Zagreb Computing Center, which is under the University of Zagreb, Agency for Higher Education and Science, and National University Library. These are our major partners. So before we actually started with the project, we had conducted some research. It was both qualitative and quantitative. And we also visited all Croatian universities and conducted focus groups on these universities. The focus groups were aimed at management staff, teaching staff, and IT support staff. Some major results, I presented them here last year in more detail, but what we actually gained an insight to was that there is a need for a more comprehensive approach, more systematic approach to technology integration. There were really diverse practices. Some faculties were quite advanced, especially those in technical fields, while at the same time, there were those that lacked some basic skills, but also infrastructure. And what actually we've noticed that there was a limited use of technology. It was a bit boosted. It's worth to mention that we had the project e-schools. It was also a national project aiming at primary and secondary schools. And it lasted for a very long time, for almost 10 years. And due to this project, the schools were ready when the COVID came. They all had necessary skills to switch immediately to online environment. They gained a lot of education where they developed competences. So we could see this disparity between the systematic approach between primary and secondary education and tertiary education. As I mentioned, there was a disparity in resource accessibility. Regarding teaching, it almost all boiled down to creating PowerPoint presentations, which then results in fostering student passivity. And what they all highlighted that we actually lacked some comprehensive strategy for online and hybrid teaching, but also digital transformation as well. So this project is sort of an answer to this lack of comprehensive strategy. These are the main project elements also of the project e-universities. So network connections, equipment, services, cybersecurity, education, research. So my department is in charge of education research, but we are also collaborating quite closely to the department which is in charge of equipment, because these two go hand in hand, as you will see. We wanted to do some bottom-up approach. So we wanted to involve teachers, but also librarians and IT support staff, and to make these interventions from, as I said, bottom-up. So we decided to have this pilot study. We had an open call in January 2023, and we invited all Croatian public universities to apply to enter the pilot study. And as a result, we got 21 higher education institutions as participants. It was supposed to be a team application. So there was supposed to be one member of teaching staff, one member of IT support staff, and the librarian was optional. We included a lot of librarians because on the basis of the e-school project, we realized they have a really important role in media and digital literacy. With these applications, we realized that we actually have quite diverse fields, so all the way from humanities, social studies to technical studies, biomedicine, etc. And what we provided here was various types of video recording equipment, integrated studios, that's like a studio in the box, hybrid studios, mobile video recording equipment, and multimedia classrooms. So actually we had 5 different models of equipment, which we distributed among these 21 institutions. But it didn't go as smoothly as I'm saying it now, so I will tell you how it all went about. So what were the objectives of this pilot research? Primarily, we wanted to test the equipment because the idea was to equip these 21 institutions and then to, on the basis of the feedback and the way they use it, that we equip all Croatian universities. We also wanted to identify the current use of digital technologies in teaching and specific needs of different users at higher education institutions. One of the aims was to establish a learning community that we wanted them to connect, to exchange knowledge, and to teach and learn from each other about the innovative use of technology. And finally, we wanted to develop recommendations for the purposeful use of digital technologies in higher education. This cycle, this pilot study is finished, so we'll see how it went. As for the methodology, it was based on the action research methodology, which means that you have this circle of planning, acting, observing, and reflecting. And building a community of practice has a really important role in all these stages. It's all about sharing and building knowledge, and we have these bidirectional activities. So on the one hand, it's from ministry down towards faculties, towards specific people. On the other hand, it's bottom up because they themselves also direct the aim and give recommendations to further strategies. So we had planning, reflective workshops, educational interventions, but regarding the equipment, we also developed a questionnaire for each group of different types of models of equipment. We started in April 2023. There was a kickoff meeting. I think I presented this last year. From then, since then until now, we had reflection and analysis and educational interventions. Our all sector for educational support was involved in this process, but also people from other sectors, especially multimedia. And this is a very important moment that the equipment we were supposed to work on actually came only in late spring, early summer 2024. So we worked a lot on developing competences and preparing people for the equipment, but we didn't have time to work on the equipment itself because it came quite late due to the chains of supply, the blockage of the chains of supply, Suez Canal, etc. A very important role in this action research was of these reflective workshops, and we had many of those. We had the first one at the kickoff meeting, where we were supposed to get to know people, their needs, their ideas, attitudes. Then we had regional reflective workshops in February and March, and the final reflective workshops took place in June 2024. So the first one was where they presented research action plans. They had to apply with the action plan for a course of their choice, where they were supposed to give ideas how they're going to implement the equipment. We also presented equipment that they were supposed to get, but there was also general discussion on the use of technology in higher education to see how they feel about these things and what ideas they have, what things they need, etc. So these are some basic insights: rare use of video and multimedia. They need some comprehensive recording standards like IKEA manual. They also lack equipped learning spaces. They lack human support. And the one thing that was highlighted quite regularly was the lack of formal recognition. Probably similar in Serbia, you need, when you are in higher education, you have all these levels in hierarchy, how you progress. However, working on a digital material, producing interactive material is not valued enough. So in a public system, it's all the same if you produce a simple PowerPoint presentation or a very complicated e-course. So those were things that were highlighted quite often during the pilot research. Then we had these regional reflective workshops, February and March, in smaller groups. Again, they talked a lot about structural problems, their work not being valued, the time and the resources needed for the high quality teaching, also infrastructural problems they had, technological, again, to do with the lack of support. They usually have one person at the university which is given this task. And we know from some other universities from abroad that you have all teams of 20 people or more who provide you support to create high quality digital learning material. And of course, there were always things about mentions of competency problems, that they don't feel competent enough, they don't feel secure enough, and they're not willing to share their materials because they don't feel secure enough that the students or some other people will not misuse these materials. On the basis of reflective workshops, we provided support, the so-called educational interventions, in the form of workshops, webinars, roundtables. And this was, again, as in-action research usually is, followed by observation, questionnaires, and the questionnaires about equipment quality. So we had 2 webinars on creating multimedia, 3 regional workshops on basics of creating multimedia content, about production and post-production. We had a workshop on speaking and presentation skills in the recording process. That's something they all asked a lot about, how to boost their rhetorical competences. We had an online workshop about student interactivity because they all complained a lot about student passivity, especially in online contexts. We had a very specialized workshop on giving feedback by Jolene de Lima from EPFL from Switzerland. And then these things highlighted here are actually what they provided to each other. So we had a lecture and roundtable discussion on intellectual property and copyright, as we actually realized that they are not quite versed for open licenses. So one of the colleagues, who is actually a professor at the law faculty in Rijeka, she provided this support. And then there were lectures on ChatGPT for prompts, for model exams, and video production AI tools, also given by people who are participants of the pilot study. These are some images from the workshops and from the roundtable lectures. Here's the also image to the right. You can see the image of the studio in the box, the integrated studio. And the last reflective workshop took place in June 2024, where they now share the experience with equipment finally, because equipment finally arrived, and about how they felt about the support given provided by the equipment. They talked about transformation of teaching due to all these interventions and support we provided. And they also talked about the impact of AI tools on teaching and learning. And now we come to some final conclusions and recommendations. So when asked if they felt some sort of transformation within this year and a half, they actually concluded that there was no substantial project-related transformation. They highlighted that this is due to the equipment coming quite late in the pilot study, but they concluded the world has changed due to the generative AI. They highlighted connecting and sharing experiences among themselves as the greatest value of this phase of the project. And they also highly welcomed our interventions, and they asked if we can continue with those even after the pilot study finishes. To be more specific, for equipment, they asked for OBS and DaVinci a 2-day training session. So we had workshops with them, but they asked for more extra material and lectures on these topics. And they all concluded they need an ongoing support. So for these reasons, current mobile teams will be formed as part of the project. They have been formed, but they will be trained to provide timely and valid support regarding equipment, especially because they are regionally distributed and can be dispatched to sites as needed. Regarding policy recommendations that stem from this pilot study, We will strongly root for development of criteria and standards to create guidelines for evaluating digital educational content, which is essential for professional advancement. As I mentioned, it takes a lot of time and it's not valued properly. It's not institutionalized enough in our context. We have also observed that we need additional investment in infrastructure, in both physical and digital resources. So we will find ways to sustain the project results in this area. There is also strong need for additional investment in human resources. As I have mentioned, they can be fully equipped, but if they are not human resources who will help with those, this is not enough. So this is an area where creating universities definitely need more investment. Also, there is a need for continuous professional development for teachers, and we need to invest in ongoing education for higher education teachers to help them stay updated with the latest technologies and pedagogical methods. This is a very, very hot topic. And in Carnet, currently we are creating something called Carnet Academia, which will provide programs for education, for teaching skills regarding digital competencies in higher education context, something we have definitely developed and have a strong tradition with primary and secondary schools. We also need to identify essential digital education competencies required for teaching at universities, so we will push this agenda as well. And regarding what I called like psychological and personal issues, the fear of sharing, we have also realized that there is a very strong, very wide space where we can work on fostering open education practices. So promoting the use of open education practices, open digital educational content, open science, and to encourage broad access and collaboration in higher education. I hope I didn't, I was in time slot. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I will be more than happy to answer. And my team is here and I think they can say hi.
Well, thank you very much for interesting presentation about your project. Now I will ask the audience, is there any question for Clara? No. Okay, then I will ask the question. You mentioned the equipment, and I'm just interested, what kind of equipment is that, and what is the purpose of that equipment in the context of education and AI, and what is the, can you explain a little bit more in detail?
Yes, sure. It's basically multimedia equipment, and we have different models of this equipment. Some are like called Studio in the Box, which is where you can give a lecture, record a lecture, and have a podcast. There are different types, and all of them enable you to have high quality online lectures, but some of them enable you for some other things as well. So this one, the Studio in Box, I had it in one slide. I don't know if I tried to draw your attention. I don't know if I managed.
Yes,
the small one. Yeah.
Yes, and that equipment is mentioned for teachers, right? Or for students?
It's a real good question, because first I'll answer with the equipment. The other types of equipment are multimedia classrooms, and and we have mobile video recording equipment. So we actually, in this pilot phase, we wanted to test the equipment. Because the equipment came quite late, we didn't manage to test it as thoroughly as we would have, but we did get, as you could see, we did get certain results. So in these multimedia classrooms, you can do whatever you want. You can almost have your own TV program. They have a couple of screens, really big screens. They have microphones which follow the teacher as teacher talks, or switches to somebody else talking. So these are highly developed studios. Then we have this mobile studio, which enables you, if you want to, especially teachers who do a lot of field work, you can carry it easily and you can record stuff easily. You are not fixed in one closed room, in one space. So the idea primarily is that it is intended for teachers, but with this pilot and the call that we had for application, we wanted to send a message that it should be a teamwork. It's very hard to expect that only one person can manage all that. So that was our message, that if you want to use the maximum out of this equipment, you need to work as a team. And then an extra message was, during the pilot study, in their action plans, they had to write, how do you plan to involve students? And I failed to mention that today in my presentation, but it's great that you asked me. But the students can be the motors behind everything, because it turned out that many of the people who are doing a lot right now in this limited time have involved students, and students are those who know how to work with the equipment, and they're helping teachers on how to use it. So we did encourage a very active role, and they actually recognize that when they involve them, they will get maximum out of the equipment.
Oh, that's great. And I very like the idea, because I think that students really like when they're involved, and they're young generations, and they sometimes know more about technology than than maybe at the moment some of the professor who is trying to use that technology. So that's a great idea.
Yeah, yes. We recognize that because it was action research, it was really intensive, and we worked with so many people. There are so many things now that you ask me now, oh, I should have put it in my slide, but because we really gained a lot out of this intensive work.
Yeah, great, really. And something that I get on my mind, yesterday we talked, I know that you work on adaptive.
Just a second, sorry, I can't hear you. Okay. Ne radim slušalice. Ćemo čuške. Ili možeš klimot isključiti, neću. Sorry, my earphones broke.
I understood. Do you hear me now?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, better?
Yes, a lot better.
You hear me? Okay. Yesterday I know that you work on adaptive learning. That's something that we are talking about a lot. So maybe you could use that equipment for some, when you mentioned the students, for something to capture every week, or on a week level or so, to use that after for some analysis. That could be something interesting, that maybe you can use your equipment for that. That would be
absolutely. It's a high quality equipment, so it's really, I think the limits of our creativity are the limits of the way we are going to use the equipment, because they're, the strong computers, really good cameras, they got really good microphones. So I think many things, adaptive learning included, many things can be done with that equipment, definitely.
Great.
I hope next year to present what they have done with the equipment. So we will have like triology.
I just wanted to say that we hope that next year you will present your results, and we wish you all the best on the project and good results.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Clara, and bye.
Bye.
Now I will call our guest presenters for session 1. I don't know, will that be Milica or Pavle who will join us? Milica, okay. She will present the paper, Trends of Applying Artificial Intelligence in the Education Sector. And Milica, you can now share your screen. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just 1 second. Do you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Yes.
So, Milica, you can start, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me just check when I move to the next slide. You also see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you very much for the introduction. So, hello from Niš. My team, we are colleagues from Faculty of Management of Belgrade Metropolitan University, but we work in our center in Niš. So the paper authors are my colleagues, Professors Dragana Nikolić-Ristic, myself, Milica Mladenović, and Bojan Đorđević, and our teaching assistants, Anja Marković and Pavle Mitic. The topic of our paper is trends of applying artificial intelligence in the education sector. So since we are non-tech people, first we wanted to understand the term itself, artificial intelligence. So as we understood it, it's a software that simulates human intelligence, basically, by processing large amounts of data, making conclusions and decisions based on that, and improving itself over time. So our paper first defined the aim, research questions, and methodology. Then we showed some results of previous papers, so literature review, both in Serbia and in other countries. Then we emphasized the advantages and disadvantages of AI in education. And finally, we presented the findings and contribution of the paper. So the aim of our paper was to analyze the trend of applying AI in education, both in Serbia and in other countries. And in order to do so, we defined two research questions. The first one is, what is the contribution of AI to education? And the second one, what are the perception and attitudes of both students and teachers towards applying AI in education? So the research methodology used was literature review, basically reviewing other scientific papers published previously both in Serbia and other countries. And the findings include both noticed advantages and disadvantages of applying AI in education, with the contribution emphasizing the need and the importance of applying AI in education. So some interesting previously conducted research in the world shows that, for example, when we look at some indicators such as AI Readiness Index or Digital Economy and Society Index, basically Serbia is like at the bottom of this list, which can indicate that there is a huge room for improvement. On the other hand, the Nordic European countries are the countries that are mostly, let's say, equipped and literate in these IT and AI technologies. A huge study done by KPMG on all continents basically had 17,000 respondents. This research showed that there is like 50-50 share between respondents who had, let's say, moderate accepting and trust in AI, and the other half was like very cautious and wasn't very sure of it. The highest level of trust was expressed in applying AI in universities, research institutions, and the lowest level of trust was in applying AI in government institutions. When it comes to investment in AI, the countries that invest the most are the USA, China, and the UK. So regarding the number of AI patents, education is very highly ranked in the third place globally. So with just in the first place, medical and life sciences, and cyber and network security in the second place. We were actually very positively surprised by this fact and this chart. So when it comes to the world, another interesting fact that we found was that South Korea was one of the first countries to emphasize the importance of AI skills of students, so getting these skills at universities. So basically, they adjusted their curriculum at universities to make students learn more AI, gain more AI skills and competencies. At first, the students didn't accept that because they didn't really understand and know a lot about it. So then the universities organized some programs to teach them. on AI, and after they understood their use and how to use them, the students started to accept them more. Another study on Spanish students showed that the students had very positive, let's say, opinion on they use it widely. This tool, of course, very familiar today, the ChatGPT. I don't know if the teachers agree with the students or they have a different opinion. I mean, in the classroom, but we'll see maybe in the future, in some future research. Another research showed that, for example, during the pandemic, COVID-19, students had both positive and negative experience with the online learning program. So some of them, like half of them, liked the idea of having online lessons, online materials, and the other half experience some negative things, for example, lack of communication, in-person interaction, etc., sense of belonging to the university. Romanian students, research on Romanian students showed that AI can improve, it can reduce costs, can help the teachers to do administrative tasks, and it can also help students personalize their learning plans, as we heard also yesterday during some sessions. When it comes to Serbia, also some research, there was also some research conducted here. First of all, let's say that there is a national strategy for the development of artificial intelligence in Serbia for the period from 2020 to 2025. And the objectives that are defined in this strategy include implementation of AI in educational institutions at all levels, then accreditation of AI university programs, education of experts in the field of AI, and schooling of students for the jobs of the future. There was some research conducted in Serbian universities and schools, and for example, one of them shows that teachers have recognized positive impact of AI and they have started to implement it. On the other hand, teachers also recognize that they don't have enough expertise, and they also said that it would be good to organize some training for teaching staff in AI. Then there was a very interesting research that showed that, for example, the results of the research showed that if the students expect to have higher performance, to invest lower effort, and if there is a higher social influence by other peer students, then the students will have higher intention to use AI in their education. Another research in Serbia showed that similarly to the previously mentioned research done globally, so the highest level of trust was in implementing AI in universities, and the lowest level of trust was in implementing AI in the government sector. Then what I can emphasize are the advantages and disadvantages of applying AI in education based on this research that based on these research papers that we analyzed. So, for example, the main advantages that we identified were basically data availability anywhere, anytime, the ability to process large amounts of data, error reduction, cost reduction, time saving, and also based on all of this, improved ability to forecast or better forecasting based on these large amounts of data, which can be very useful for students, like forecasting the progress of students. Then when it comes to online learning programs, we can also mention, because there was also talk about that in this conference, that the students said the advantages of these learning programs were also the ability to review the lesson anytime, any place, to record it, to review it later, and it also gives them the possibility to both work and study if they study online. And the identified disadvantages included if they use online programs, like lack of communication, in-person communication, maybe lack of motivation because they are far away from other colleagues and professors, I mean physically, and maybe the fear of being distracted or not completing the studies, etc. The main disadvantage, or let's say challenge, was basically not enough digital literacy when it comes to using these tools, especially AI tools. So basically, a lot of them in different researches conducted expressed or proposed that the universities or the state or whichever entity organize training for teaching staff as well as students to gain more AI competencies and skills. And at the end, the findings regarding our research questions defined at the beginning of the paper. So regarding the first question on the contribution of AI to education, so basically we concluded that there is a positive transformation of the teaching process due to the implementation of AI in education. That AI can improve communication between teachers and students because it can give to the students a more timely response. It can make the process of grading student tasks automated, faster. It can make routine administrative tasks faster. So it can also save time. And it can also help students personalize their learning plans. Students also said that all of that can result in reducing their learning stress and pressure when preparing exams. And regarding the second question on the perception and attitudes of both students and teachers towards AI, implementing AI in education. There's like 50-50, as we said, like some of the respondents or the research conducted showed a neutral or slightly positive attitude towards implementing AI in education, while the other half was like maybe skeptic or didn't have enough trust. Then, as we said in one research before, students who had like a positive opinion of ChatGPT. On the other hand, teachers expressed mostly negative attitude towards it, and they expressed their concern that ChatGPT can negatively affect students, both students' creativity and also critical thinking. And the students said, the teachers, pardon, said that the ChatGPT should be like something that can make the studying process easier, but not replace the learning process itself and do the job of the students. The final findings of basically almost all of these papers that we reviewed was that a lot of them, as I said, proposed organizing training for teaching staff and students for this reason exactly, to reduce their negative attitudes, skepticism, and to improve their acceptance and trust in these new technologies. So I just actually said this, and at the end, I just want to acknowledge that this paper is one of the results of our currently ongoing internal research project by the Faculty of Management of Belgrade Metropolitan University, and all of us 5 authors of this paper are basically the project team of this internal project. The name of the project is Integri AI, Improving Business Processes at Belgrade Metropolitan University by using artificial intelligence. So basically what I can say now, since it's an ongoing project, so far the results of our internal research are very similar to the ones that we presented in this paper, so to the previous research conducted in Serbia and other countries. But of course, detailed research results we will show later when we publish our future papers and project results. And I also want to use this opportunity to thank to everyone who answered our survey during our project, because we had 300 respondents, so that included both our students and professors and administrative staff from all of our 3 faculties. So thank you for that. I don't know if you have any questions. I know that you have lunch now, so I want to say have a nice lunch, but if you have questions before, of course, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting to hear your research results. So is there any question in the audience for Milica? No, I guess it's a lunchtime. Okay, I will have one question considering the project. You said you're in the first phase. I suppose this was the starting point to make this research, right? Mm-hmm. And now I suppose that your second phase is some data analysis. So you had surveys, right? And you will now, if you can tell us a little more about the next phase.
Which is the survey?
Yeah, or considering project, you will have some concrete results, right? And maybe we will see your results next year at the conference, right?
Maybe, or why not? Yes, or maybe at some conference in Niš, who knows?
Okay, we will come to Niš. Okay.
Yes. So the project first analyzed, because it's an internal project, so it only included Metropolitan community, let's say it like that. So it's not like a national, but of course in the future it can lead to that. The project was with the aim to basically through the project or during the project make some software solution based on AI to use at Metropolitan University, so both by students and professors. So, but we are in the initial phase of that, so we don't have the final software yet. So can talk about it in the future when it is completed. But for now, we are in the phase of this survey results and publishing papers. And based on that, we are actually very happy with the answers, because let's say the global opinion of Metropolitan community that answered was like a positive attitude towards AI in education. For example, the respondents said like it can help make the university more interesting in the market of other universities, like compared to the other both private and state universities. That the respondents said that, for example, they don't see AI as something mystical or hard to understand, but they generally understand the point of it. So it was like a positive surprise for me personally. Maybe I expected a little bit more skepticism towards it, but our results didn't really show that at that large amount. So maybe these are some conclusions that come to my mind right now at 1 second, but of course we can talk more about it when we publish the papers.
I wish you all the best and greetings to all from Niš. And thank you, Milica, again. Now I will officially close session 1 and invite all the present people from the audience to have a lunch break, 45 minutes, and then we will proceed with session 2. Okay.
Hello again, and welcome to the second session for today. This will be our last session for the conference, so I hope that everybody had a wonderful time so far, but please stick around for the last session because we also have 6 more very interesting papers. My name is Nemanja Zdravkovic. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology here at Belgrade Metropolitan University, and I will be your moderator for this session. We have, as I said, 6 papers, and the first paper is entitled Formal E-Learning Programs in Modern Foreign Language Teaching and the Development of Digital Media Skills, Language Awareness, and Intercultural Competences. And the paper is written by Emilia Mancic, our professor from the Faculty of Management here. So, Professor Emilia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So, hello everybody. Just a second to see how this. Okay. Okay. So we announced that we are from the Faculty of Management, but we are now having the opportunity to introduce that we are now our Faculty for Foreign Languages, newly established. So I hope it will work good. My background is from German language and literature, not from English, but still with many experience in other learning environments. I'm very curious how we are going to work now with e-learning materials and so on in the context of foreign language teaching. And so let me start with my presentation paper and what I prepared for you today. First of all, let me make a short introduction to the topic that I prepared. The use of digital resources offers new opportunities and requires teachers to master modern technologies, thereby elevating the teaching and learning process on a new level. And as digital technologies continue to evolve, their integration also into philological studies will likely expand, further enriching the field and its contributions to understanding human language and culture. So digital technologies, as we can see, are transforming traditional methods of studying also of philological subjects. So, while e-learning represents a transformation in education, it involves more than merely changing the delivery method. As we already experienced, it fundamentally alters the way we learn and teach. And with increasing integration of digital technologies into teaching philological disciplines, so let's start from the beginning. New demands are placed on the qualification of teaching staff, especially in terms of digital literacy. So this is my research problems. If teachers want to use technological innovation in their work, they must first be equipped with knowledge that goes beyond basic classroom processes. And in order for teachers to meaningfully integrate technology into the pedagogical process, they must first know the variety of ICT and then be able to use it. Furthermore, it is not only sufficient to be familiar with technology, teachers also need content and didactic knowledge. So, according to UNESCO statement 2008, ICT competencies standards for teachers, not only for foreign languages, but for all of us, encompass 5 approaches: technological literacy, then deepening knowledge, creating knowledge, knowledge sharing, and knowledge protection. A review of existing literature reveals unsatisfactory outcomes regarding the professional development of teachers. This poses a significant challenge as educators trained under outdated teaching models are often insufficiently equipped with the digital skills needed to create the so-called 21st century learning environment for their students. In other words, students and future teachers entering the labor market and classrooms are not adequately prepared to use ICT as tool for effective teaching and learning. So there are some authors here, Sweet Gozalo, who did research on that, and higher education instructors have reported through self-assessment that they lack the necessary skill and knowledge to effectively incorporate ICT into their teaching. To foster positive change, new training strategies, methods, and examples of best practices must be developed to support and guide higher education teachers. So, there are 3 research questions from my study. First one, against this background, the present study poses the following research questions. First one, what competencies are required for foreign language teachers to effectively utilize e-learning and create engaging, high-quality and e-materials in their teaching? Second question is how these competencies can enhance the effectiveness of foreign language teaching in primarily e-learning environments? And third question, what specific strategies can be implemented to integrate these competencies into foreign language teacher education curricula? So, to improve educational support for foreign language teachers in acquiring and developing 21st century skills, this paper aims to first identify competencies related to technology integration that are currently lacking in the existing foreign language teachers education curricula, and investigate how these competencies enhance the effectiveness of foreign language teaching. Then propose targeted strategies for enhancing teacher competency development that support educators in understanding and effectively integrating the interconnected roles of content, pedagogy, technology, and context in their teaching practice. So theoretical background, some short information was based on the research of the role of ICT in education. So we can see here that the effective use of ICT can enhance communication, collaboration, and access to information, making it a vital component of modern teaching. And the integration of ICT in education aligns with the development of 21st century skills, which include also critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and digital literacy. And these skills are essential for preparing students for success in rapidly changing world. So, second theoretical corpus is based on research on teacher competency development, and existing research indicates that many teachers who trained under traditional models may lack the necessary digital skills to create effective learning environments. So studies have shown that professional development initiatives focused on 21st century skills are essential for bridging this gap. So two main gaps in research were identified. First, focus on technology over pedagogy, because much of existing research emphasizes technological skills rather than the pedagogical strategies necessary for effective technology integration. And in foreign language teaching, it's crucial that educators not only understand how to use technology, but first of all, how to apply it pedagogically to enhance language learning. That's our main goal, not to know how to use IE, but what we want to do with IE for our students, because they're our main concern. And the impact of institutional support, that's the second gap. Institutional support is critical for the successful integration of e-learning and technology in language education, and this gap emphasizes the need for research into how institutional policies, resources, and professional development opportunities affect teachers' ability to implement effective e-learning strategies. So to address the received question, explore potential strategies for enhancing competency development with an emphasis on foreign language teacher. This study employs a literature review as is the research methodology. Main criteria for review were relevance to research questions, relevant theoretical framework, and interdisciplinary perspective, very important one, in my opinion. So, findings: comprehensive understanding of competencies. The synthesis of the literature in this study highlights an important framework for understanding the competencies and the challenges teachers encounter when implementing education technology in their teaching. And the research identified the technological pedagogical content knowledge, TP-ACK framework, from authors Nisha and Kohler at Michigan State University as highly valuable. The reasons are as follows. Its purpose is to assist teachers in effectively integrating technology into their teaching practice, and the TP-ACK framework highlights that effective EdTech integration relies on clear distinction between content, what is taught, and pedagogy, how is it taught. And TP-ACK framework emphasizes the integration of technological knowledge, TK, pedagogical knowledge, PK, and content knowledge. And what is most important is that the technology must effectively convey the content and support pedagogical methods to improve the learning experience for students. So this is the proposed competency framework. Technological knowledge here, we will see that can be familiarity with digital tools, platform resources relevant to language teaching, pedagogical knowledge, understanding of effective teaching strategies, lesson planning and student engagement and techniques, and content knowledge. And so it's important here to distinguish between knowledge about language, understanding of language structures, its functions, how students acquire and use it, and knowledge of language in the sense of proficiency. That's two completely different kind of skills, as well as cultural context. So, to further define the specific competencies for language teacher, this research identified the European Profiling Grid, EPG, as valuable framework for raising awareness of language teaching competency and teaching quality, serving as an important resource for teacher training and development, and integrating the European Profile Grid into this research offers a robust framework for identifying and addressing the competencies necessary for foreign language teachers, also in the context of e-learning. And the Profiling Grid emphasizes the integration of digital media skills, intercultural competence, and language awareness as comprehensive competencies that foreign language teachers need to develop through their professional career. So, in the paper, I investigated what and why is it like that, what each of these competencies encompass. But here I want just to focus on some proposal, in my view, how each of these skills can enhance effectiveness in completing e-learning. So, digital media skills through engagement and interaction. Proficient use of digital media allows teachers to create interactive and engaging e-learning materials that enhance student participation. Then through resource accessibility, of course, while teachers with strong digital media skills can curate and utilize a wide range of online resources, enabling students to access diverse materials that support their language learning, and adaptability. Very important. Teachers can adjust content delivery to accommodate different learning styles and needs, facilitating a more personalized learning experience. How can language awareness enhance effectiveness in e-learning? So, three proposals here. To improve lesson planning, because language awareness allows teachers to emphasize not only the grammatical forms, but also their communicative functions, helping students understand how language works in different contexts. That's a meta-linguistic, let's see, knowledge about how language as a structure functions. That's something completely different than proficiency in the language, yeah? But it's very important for teaching this kind of awareness and differentiation of instruction. It's very, it's also something that language awareness, how language awareness can enhance effectiveness in e-learning. While teachers with strong language awareness can tailor lessons to accommodate diverse language backgrounds and proficiency level, ensuring all students can engage with the material. That's also important because we also always have a different level of students in our classes with different knowledge criteria. And then through creating meaningful content, while teachers can design e-learning content that is linguistically rich and pedagogically sound, ensuring that digital materials reinforce language learning objectives. And the third competence, intercultural competence. There are three proposals how intercultural competence can enhance effectiveness in e-learning, integrated together with digital media competence and language awareness through integration of culture and language. It's important to understand that languages are intertwined with the cultures and communities that use them, and that allows teachers to embed cultural context into lessons, what makes language learning more meaningful and relevant. And through effective communication, because learners who are equipped with intercultural competence. They have a skill to navigate conversation in culturally diverse settings, enabling them to adapt their communication style according to different cultural contexts, what is very important. And understanding cultural nuances, intercultural competence helps learners recognize and appreciate cultural differences, fostering respect and empathy. And this understanding is crucial in today's interconnected world. And of course, we have students maybe from all over the world. We don't know from where you have a student. So this awareness of intercultural differences is, in my opinion, very important. So I'm now close to the end. Some strategies that can be proposed for enhancing teacher competency development, curriculum development, for example, through interdisciplinary course or courses. That could be one course that combine technology, linguistic, and cultural studies. Through practical trainings, workshop with future teachers where they can practice use digital tools for creating e-learning materials, but while focusing on language awareness and intercultural context, as well as professional development courses for teachers focused on emerging technologies, language pedagogy, and intercultural communication. So, this is the conclusion. This research has identified key competencies essential for foreign language teachers to effectively utilize and create engaging high-quality e-materials which are insufficiently integrated into the current foreign language teacher education curricula. And it has also been investigated how these competencies can enhance the effectiveness of foreign language teaching in the e-learning environments, first of all. And first, by promoting engagement, understanding, and cultural diversity. Central to integrating these competencies is the TPAC key framework, which emphasizes the need for a balanced approach that includes technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge. And this integration is vital for creating innovative e-learning environments that meet diverse learner needs. And at the end, to implement these competencies in teacher educational curricula, strategies such as interdisciplinary courses, trainings, and continuous professional development are crucial. And by incorporating these elements, we can prepare a new generation of educators equipped to meet the challenges of modern language teaching and foster enriching learning experience for their students. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? If not, I'll just ask a quick question. You said there's a research gap, and you had identified 2 research gaps. I'm mostly interested in the one of the lack of institutional support for these kind of things. So could you just briefly give us some insights? Where do you think we're going? So is it in the right direction or still not?
It was a good example of our colleague in previous session from Croatia, that they have this kind of independent agency, as I understood, and which is in charge for like introducing.
Yes.
That was first. I thought it's a pilot project, but very, very good one, because they can test everything and make a really good strategy. And what she said was about the academy. And that was exactly the point that I am concerned about the not only know how to use technology, but what to do with it. Because it's, you know, I want my students to learn from something at the end, you know, and if I'm not capable, you know, to provide them knowledge, effective knowledge, then technology is not enough. I would say, I am not sure, maybe you.
Yes, I totally agree with you. One thing is to have technology, but the other thing is to know how to use it properly and to know what are the advantages, what are the risks involved, and how not to use them. So it's really great that we have, at least in the region, we have some kind of formal bodies that are dealing with these concerns hopefully will happen as well. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Okay.
We will continue with the second presentation, which will be online. Let me just set it up here. Okay, our second work. Okay, I'll be brief because of the microphone. So our second paper for today is computer graphics in teaching mathematics. Hello. The paper is by Evantios Papadopoulos and Ioannis Kouikas from the InterSci Lab, Electrical and Computer Engineering Department from the University of Belgrade. We can see you. I think you can share your screen and you can present your paper.
Can I start my presentation?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ivanos Papadopoulos and I am a PhD candidate at the University of Peloponnese in Patras and a math teacher in high school. In collaboration with my professor Ioannis Kouikas, we explore and present ways in which computer graphics are a powerful tool in enhancing the teaching and learning of mathematics in elementary and secondary education. Okay, can I start my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Computer graphics is a field of study and practice that focuses on the creation, manipulation, and rendering of visual content using computers. It involves the use of algorithms, mathematical principles, and computer programming to generate and display images, animations, and graphical objects on a digital display device. Computer graphics can be a powerful tool to enhance the teaching and the learning of mathematics. In this presentation, we explore and present ways in which computer graphics are a powerful tool in enhance the teaching and learning of mathematics and elementary and secondary education. Here are our contents. Okay. Computer graphics is a field of study and practice that focuses on the creation, manipulation, and rendering of visual content using computers. It involves the use of algorithms, mathematical principles, and computer programming to generate and display images, animations, and graphical objects on a digital display device. Video games and Hollywood films and the impact of video games technology on entertainment drives teachers to integrate this technology into education methods and thus creating a new field of research. Graphics PCs are also important in areas other than entertainment. For example, it is hard to imagine a presentation at a business meeting and academic lecture, or even a high school student's project that does not contain PowerPoint slides. Graphics PC illustrations are used daily by business executives, scientists, and ordinary employees. Computer graphics is not only an integral part of computer science, but also everywhere in our daily lives. Much of commerce and business in the developed world is conducted through online graphical interfaces, considered by many to be the most important application of computers. Our health is monitored and controlled by electronic graphics and imaging technologies. Graphics are also widely used in architectural and engineered systems. The use of computer graphics has grown in many areas over the past 20 years. Therefore, the rapid development in the field of IT and computer graphics could not leave the sensitive area of the school unaffected. Although computer graphics can be a valuable resource for mathematical education, it is important that they be used as part of diversity of methods so that students are subjected to a broad range of learning experience. Generally speaking, graphics should be clear, accurate, and relevant. It is worth reiterating that much of what students observe with transition in full shapes, and they should be able to understand that transitions are intrinsically geometric in nature. This, of course, is and was a source of motivation for students in the geometry classroom. Computer graphics in teaching mathematics. Computer graphics can be an excellent tool for teaching mathematics, as it can visually represent abstract concepts, make learning more engaging, and enhance understanding. We present some ways in which computer graphics can be used to teach mathematics. First of all, visualization of concepts. Computer graphics can visually represent mathematical concepts like geometric shapes, functions, graphs, and transformation. This visual representation helps students grasp the concept more easily and intuitively. Then, interactive learning. Interactive graphics and simulation allow students to manipulate mathematical objects, change parameters, and observe real-time changes. This hands-on approach helps them gain a deeper understanding of mathematical principles. 3D modeling. Utilizing 3D graphics and modeling software can help students understand complex geometry concepts, spatial relationships, and trigonometry. They can explore 3D shapes, solids, and their properties in more tangible ways. Graphical functions. Graphing tools enable students to plot functions, explore their behavior, and understand how changes in parameters affect the graphs. This aids in comprehending function derivatives and integrals. Data analysis and visualization. Computer graphics can be used to create visual representations of data, such as bar charts, scatter plots, histograms, and pie charts. This facilitates data analysis and helps students understand statistical concepts. Virtual reality application. Virtual reality can provide immersive experiences in mathematical concepts like exploring mathematical landscapes or visualizing complex equations in 3D space. This can make learning more captivating and memorable. Programming and coding. Encouraging students to create their own mathematical visualization through programming or coding can deepen their understanding of both mathematics and computer science concepts. Gamification. Incorporating math-related games with graphical elements can make learning fun and increase student engagement. Art and fractals introduce students to mathematical art, fractal, and patterns which can inspire creative and highlight the aesthetic side of mathematics. Computer-aided design for advanced mathematics and engineering courses using computer-aided design software to solve complex problems involving geometry, calculus, and physics can be beneficial. Benefits. Now we are going to present to you benefits and results of using computer graphics in teaching mathematics. The application of computer graphics in the teaching of mathematics can enrich the learning process in terms of its presentation of visual representation of abstract concepts. The following are some benefits and ways in which computer graphics can be integrated into mathematics teaching. Visual learning. Many students can easily grasp complex mathematical ideas if they are shown graphically. Graphical representation therefore provides tangibility to a number of abstract notions. Interactive learning. Interactive graphs produced using software such as GeoGebra or Desmos allow users to vary input values and observe instant changes on the screen, thereby leading to an enhanced understanding. Engagement. Content that engages visually can make it more fun, interesting, and hence leads to a higher student motivation rate. Conceptual understanding. This dynamic form of visualization enables students to understand concepts such as transformation, symmetry, and geometric properties simply by observing them as they occur. Problem solving. Visualization problems through graphs helps in problem solving by providing a different perspective and showing trends that cannot be seen easily. Tools. Now we're going to present to you some tools and softwares about computer graphics in teaching of mathematics. They are usable for the teaching of mathematics. The amalgamation of computer graphics in mathematics education has the potential to change how teachers teach and students learn forever. This is because it not only brings out the beauty in abstract concepts, which make learners easily get hold of them, but also enhance an already interactive learning environment, thereby making it more interesting. Educators using visual tools can demonstrate to their students both the concept and the application of what is taught. By doing so, they help students develop a better understanding of mathematics as a subject, and they keep them with problem-solving skills. GeoGebra is more than a set of 3 tools to do math. It's a platform to connect enthusiastic teachers and students and offer them a new way to explore and learn about math. Desmos is the name synonymous with math graph-based teaching. The STEM learning platform uses a web and tab-based platform to let students play with math in a way that creates visual results thanks to graphs. Mathematica is a symbolic mathematical computation program, sometimes called a computer algebra program, used in many scientific, engineering, mathematical, and computing fields. Now, I'm going to present to you a practical example of computer graphics in teaching mathematics. In junior high school, students can use graphing software or online graphing calculators to visualize a linear equation and function. They can input different equations and view the corresponding graph of the coordinate plane, helping them understand the relationship between the algebraic expression and its graphical representation. By observing the immediate effects of change in mathematical expressions on graphs, students can develop a deeper understanding of the relationships between variables, behavior of functions, and the impact of different parameters. In what follows, we present a practical example from our mathematics class to illustrate the benefits of using computer graphics in teaching mathematics in senior high school pupils. Subject: explaining function and graphs by visualizing different types of functions. Objective: to help students understand the concepts of mathematical functions and how they can be represented graphically. First of all, we start with introduction to function. Begin with a brief explanation of what a function is using basic algebraic notation. After, graphical representation. Use computer graphics software such as GeoGebra or any graphing tool to plot the function. Now here there is a graph in GeoGebra. Exploration of different functions. Plot a linear function, a quadratic function, a cubic function, and a trigonometric function with the help of GeoGebra. Visualizing transformation. Demonstrate graphical transformations such as translations, reflections, and scaling. Interactive exercises allow the student to use this software to input their own function and then have them predict what shapes they should obtain before plotting it. Develop a series of exercises to enable students to connect the provided graphs with their respective function expressions. In the end, we use a real-world application, such as population growth is exponential function, oscillations is a trigonometric function. These are real-world scenarios that can model and gain deeper understanding. Simulate these natural phenomena through computer graphics and relate them back to the teaching models. The teaching goal is enhance conceptual understanding and entrainment through visualization. This method allows students to explore how changing coefficients in the equation affects the slope and intercepts of the line, making the abstract concept of algebraic function more tangible and understandable. The principal aim is to make mathematics more accessible, comprehensible, and enjoyable for students. Here are other examples, such as visualization of geometric shapes and transformations. Students can use computer graphics software such as GeoGebra to explore geometric shapes and transformation. This activity helps students develop a concrete understanding of abstract geometric concepts such as symmetry, congruence, and the relationship between different geometric transformations. Interactive probability simulations. This activity helps students grasp the concept of probability by seeing the outcomes of numerous trials, which might be difficult to visualize or comprehend through traditional teaching methods alone. And now we are going to present you our research methodology. The research methodology employed in this study involves a comprehensive exploration of the application of computer graphics in teaching mathematics, specifically within elementary and secondary education. The approach begins with a literature review to identify and understand the current use and benefits of computer graphics in education. This is followed by the practical implementation of computer graphics tools in a classroom settings, focusing on key mathematical concepts such as geometric shapes, functions, and data visualization. The study uses qualitative methods to assess the impact of these tools on student engagement and comprehension. Data is gathered through observation, students' feedback, and performance assessment to evaluate the effectiveness of computer graphics in enhancing mathematical understanding. Additionally, various software applications, such as GeoGebra and Desmos, are integrated into the teaching process to provide interactive and visual learning experiences. The results are analyzed to determine how these tools can improve learning outcomes and how they can be best utilized in different educational contexts. Now, the study revealed several significant findings regarding the use of computer graphics in enhancing the teaching and learning of mathematics in elementary and secondary education. First of all, improved conceptual understanding. Students who used computer graphics tools such as GeoGebra demonstrate a deeper understanding of abstract mathematical concepts, particularly in geometry and algebra. For example, 85% of students were able to correctly identify and describe geometric transformation after engaging with interactive visualization, compared to only 60% in the control group. Increased student engagement. The use of interactive and visual stimulation graphics significantly increased student engagement. Enhanced problem-solving skills. Students using computer graphics tools demonstrate improved problem-solving skills in tasks requiring the interpretation of complex graphs and data. Students using graphical tools complete tasks 25% faster and with 30% greater accuracy than those relying on traditional methods. Positive attitudes toward mathematics. The integration of computer graphs into the curriculum positively influenced students' attitudes toward mathematics. Survey results showed that 75% of students reported feeling more confident in their math abilities and more motivated to explore mathematical concepts further. Diverse learning benefits. The study also found that students with different learning styles benefit from the use of computer graphics. Visual learners, in particular, showed marked improvement in their understanding of mathematical concepts when able to visualize problems graphically. These findings suggest that computer graphics not only enhance student understanding of complex mathematical concepts, but also increase engagement and improve overall learning outcomes. The integration of such tools into the mathematical curriculum could, therefore, play a crucial role in modernizing and enrich mathematics education. Finally, our conclusion, it is worth mentioning that while computer graphics can enhance mathematics education, it should be used in conjunction with other teaching methods to provide a comprehensive learning experience. Additionally, it is essential to ensure that graphs are clear, accurate, and relevant to the topic being taught. Students are aware that many of these effects, based on the generation and transformation of shapes over time, are inherently geometric in nature. From the perspective of classroom geometry, this graphic application can be significant motivators. All things considered, we know that today's students are the leaders, thinkers, and innovators of tomorrow. As a teacher, one has the unique opportunity to introduce relevant content and key concepts in new and exciting ways that help students develop important skills such as design thinking, problem solving, and critical analysis. Here, we present our references. thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions?
Okay, just a quick question. It's become a reality that students are using more and more these visualization tools early on as primary school. So what is your opinion on how early should teachers start to implement these kind of tools like GeoGebra and so forth? And are the students or are the teachers prepared enough to use the tools that are available? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, I think that nowadays students use daily and many hours their smartphones, the technology, and they can use these smartphones for their classroom. They can use the GeoGebra platform. This is the role of the teachers to teach their students about these platforms, these tools, and this will be useful to understand more the geometry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Maybe yes? No? Well, thank you again, and hope to see you next time here in live in Belgrade. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are now continuing with our session. We now have a video presentation for Paper Free. Paper Free is entitled Harnessing the Power of Gamified and AI-Driven E-Learning for Enhanced Student Engagement by Valentina Paunovic and Cedar Ujar from the Faculty of Information Technology here at Belgrade Metropolitan University, Serbia, and from Ujar is from Schelpen SE, is a software engineer in Germany. I will just present here and we will listen.
AI have been integrated into e-learning. Gamification brings game-like elements to education, while AI provides a more personalized learning experience. We'll also discuss the ethical concerns surrounding AI, including data privacy and bias, and highlight best practices for implementation. So what actually is gamification? It is the use of game elements like points, badges, and leaderboards in non-game contexts such as education. The purpose is to make learning more fun and engaging. Gamification leverages the human psychology, usually our desire for competition and engagement to keep learners motivated and excited. So next we have AI in e-learning. AI is used to create personalized learning experience. It collects and analyzes data about students' performance, then adapts the content accordingly. For instance, if a student struggling, AI can adjust the difficulty level of offer additional resources. This allows for a more tailored and efficient learning experience. Now let's explore the benefits of gamification. Firstly, it increases students' motivation by introducing rewards like badges or points. It also encourages competition with oneself of peers, drawing students to have more. Lastly, gamification turns passive learning into an immersive experience which leads to better retention and engagement. Similarly, AI offers significant benefits. Personalization is the primary advantage. AI tailors the content to match each learner's abilities and needs, providing just-in-time recommendations for students who are falling behind. Additionally, AI can adjust learning paths dynamically, ensuring that students remain neither too bored or not too overwhelmed. When gamification and AI are combined, the results are even more powerful. AI can help adjust gamified elements to fit a student's learning style. For instance, students struggling with a specific concept may receive easier challenges, while others may get more complex tasks. This ensures that each learner remains engaged and motivated in a way that best suits them. While AI offers many benefits, it also comes with technical challenges. One major concern is data privacy. AI requires access to vast amounts of students' data, which raises concern about how that data is stored and used. Another issue is algorithmic bias. If the data used to train AI systems is biased, the outcomes may unfairly affect central groups. It's crucial to have transparency and ethical frameworks in place when using AI. Effective gamification isn't just about adding points or badges. It's about balance. There is a need to balance rewards like badges and leaderboards with motivation, such as the joy of learning. Poorly designed gamification can trivialize education and turn learning into a chase for rewards rather than meaningful engagement. Educators must ensure that the game elements are aligned with educational goals. So, what impact does gamification have on learning? Studies have shown that gamified courses lead to higher engagement levels and better retention of material. Students tend to perform better academically and report higher satisfaction when learning is gamified. However, the key is balance. Over-reliance on external rewards can lead to shallow engagement that doesn't support long-term retention. Let's look at a case study, Smart Learn and AI-driven platform. In this case, adaptive learning path helps students improve their performance by 20%. By personalizing content and providing real-time feedback, the platform was able to address students' needs in a way that traditional learning methods couldn't match. This shows the potential of AI when applied truthfully. Another case study comes from a corporate training program that used gamification. The program initially emphasizes the competition too much. which led to reduced collaboration among employees. This highlights an important lesson. While competition can be motivating, it needs to be balanced with teamwork, especially in environments where collaboration is key, like a field. Implementing AI also poses challenges. High resource demands are significant barrier, both in terms of infrastructure and the expertise required to maintain AI systems. Data privacy remains a critical concern, and there is also the issue of algorithm bias. These factors must be considered to ensure that AI is implemented equitably and ethically. Implementing AI also poses challenges. High resource demands are a significant barrier, both in terms of infrastructure and the expertise required to maintain AI system. Data privacy remains a critical concern, and there is also the issue of algorithmic bias. These factors must be considered to ensure that AI is implemented equitably and ethically. Looking ahead, the future of gamification and AI in e-learning is bright. With advancements in AI, augmented reality, and virtual reality, we are moving towards even more immersive and adaptive learning environments. However, it is important to continue developing ethical frameworks and best practices to ensure that these technologies are used responsibly. In conclusion, gamification and AI have the potential to transform e-learning by making it more engaging and personalized. However, for these technologies to success, they must be implemented thoughtfully, with careful attention to design, ethical consideration, and adaptability. Collaboration between educators and technologists will be the key of realizing this vision. Additionally, this presentation is based on a detailed cooperative analysis of scientific papers which we explored very carefully in our research. This work has been completed from various studies to present comprehensive overview of the subject, and thank you for your attention. If you have any question or would like to discuss this topic in more detail, please feel free to reach me at the email address shown on the screen, valentina.schleipen.de. I'll be happy to continue the conversation.
Okay, that was Valentina. Unfortunately, she had just a video presentation, but as she said, you can contact her at the address that she has given. We are now continuing with the next presentation. Let me just set up here. I think you can hear us. The next presentation is entitled A Framework for Tutor-Student Interaction in Blended Courses, a case of Bachelor of Youth in Development work at Metropolitan University. The paper is written by Geoffrey Egesa, Lea Namarome Sikoyo, and Emily Fager from the Metropolitan University in Uganda. Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we hear you. You can present and you share your screen and present your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings from Uganda. Let me just share my screen here. I'm just wondering, are my slides visible?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, thank you. As you have mentioned, I'm called Egesa Geoffrey from Makerere University. As you have seen, I'm together in this paper. I'm together with Dr. Emily Wagarukayo and Dr. Leah Skoyo. So the title for this paper is a framework for tutor-student interaction in blended course, a case of Bachelor of Youth Involvement work at Makerere University. So here we're looking at what takes place, like we're looking at the interaction which takes place in this blended course, because this is a new course in Makerere University. So we wanted to see how how tutors and students are interacting, with the aim of enhancing that interaction, especially asynchronous interaction, which does not take place at the real time. So that is what we were mainly looking at. So
we can see the PowerPoint itself, and we just see the first screen. So if you can please either mirror the screens or share the correct. Okay, now we can see the second slide.
Okay. So here we look at background study. Here I tried to compare the traditional learning and blended learning. So here you can see what takes place in the traditional learning, that teacher directs thinking and holds all the knowledge. Then students are receivers of knowledge from their tutors. Students replicate received knowledge and apply it in testing situation. There is passive learning in traditional kind of teaching. Then there's also tutors talk to his or her students during class, like during the traditional class, when the teacher is teaching, the teacher is interacting with his or her students. Then students can meet their tutors outside classes. For example, in tutors class, this mainly applies on conventional kind of learning where students are at campus, so they can meet their tutors in their offices even after classes. But when it comes to blended learning, this kind of learning where students come for 2 weeks to the university, then the rest of the period they are away, so they don't have disadvantage. They can't do what conventional students do. So here we said that blended learning is mainly student-centered learning. It calls for active learning, especially from the part of students. Students must actively actively participate in their learning process. It calls for high level of interaction. This is the ideal learning. For blended learning to be effective, there must be interaction between tutors and their students. Learning at any time and from anywhere. Learning is flexible. Then students are more independent in blended learning. So when we look at the guiding theories which guided this study, we have social constructivism theory, which has its historical background in the works of Vygotsky, 1978, who stressed the importance of human interaction in order to create a meaning. Vygotsky believed that learning is a social process. Individuals create meaning through their interaction with others. He further stressed that knowledge is constructed through human activity. So he stressed that when individuals interact, the learning takes place. And for this case, I'm looking at students and tutors interacting, mainly in the learning management system, in form of discussion forum, in form of chats, in form of assignment, where feedback is given to students. That improves the learning. And another theory which guided this study is Terry Anderson's model of online learning, especially when you look up, because he came up with different types of interaction, which were like 5: student content, student, student teacher, and now I picked the the one of tutor student to help me in this study. So that is what I use. That's why I bring in the theory in my study. Then when you look at the problem statement, here we said that in the introduction of BYDW in 2018 in the College of Education and External Studies at Makerere University was for the purpose of making learning easy and affordable to different categories of learners in Uganda. According to available records from the college registrar's office, 40 students were admitted to the BYDW program in 2019. And this number declined to 15 who remained in the course by 2020. So you can imagine that kind of gap. This implies that there is a high dropout rate in the blended program. The program is largely conducted through asynchronous tutor-student interaction, and thus its effectiveness, it is dependent on the quality of interaction. One would imagine that since blended program helps one to save on time of traveling to the university and accommodation fee, there will be more students retained in the course, but this was not happening. So this called for a deep analysis of what was happening, especially on the interaction. So then purpose of this study was to propose a framework to enhance the level of asynchronous tutor-student interaction on Mwele. Mwele is Makerere University e-learning environment. This is the LMS which Makerere University uses. Then specific objectives: to review the current state of asynchronous tutor-student interaction in BYDW, to identify factors that influence asynchronous tutor-student interaction in BYDW program, to design a framework that can enhance tutor-student engagement, then to validate the framework. Research questions. One, what is the current state of asynchronous tutor-student engagement in BYDW program? What factors influence asynchronous tutor-student interaction? What framework can be used to enhance the level of asynchronous tutor-student interaction in BYDW program? Then to what extent that can the design framework enhance the levels of interaction? Geographical scope. This study was carried out from Makerere University in the College of Education and External Studies. This is one of the colleges in Makerere University, particularly in the School of Distance and Lifelong Learning. This is because in the School of Distance and Lifelong Learning is where this program of BYDW was housed. So that made us to concentrate in that school so that we can get some information on what was happening on the course. Then population, we looked at BYDW students, we looked at BYDW tutors, we looked at program coordinator, we looked at the LMS administrator, because these were people who were involved in the daily running of this program. So they had some vital information to share with us, which helped us in this study. Methodology, the research approach. This research study used the qualitative research method approach in order to obtain in-depth information from the key players that I have mentioned up. The research design, here we use the blend of case study and design-based research designs. We apply them so that we can get an in-depth and real world context of our study. So we blended case study and design-based research. And when we look at sample size here, so BYDW, we looked at, it had facilitators were 12, and we managed to get 6. Then we managed to get the coordinator, we managed to get the LMS administrator, then students, we managed to get 25 out of 40 because students, we used the focus group discussion, and we did this online because a Zoom was created and it was shared with the class leaders. So they managed to mobilize for us 25 students out of 40. Then lecturers, since this study was conducted during COVID, and there was a lockdown. So for facilitators, we managed to get 6 out of 12. And we can see that for facilitator, we used the interview. Coordinator, we also used the interview. LMS administrator, we also used the interview. Then for students, we used focus group discussion. So these were the methods which were used: the interview, focus group discussion, and observation. So as for consideration, a letter was got from the dean of students to allow the researcher conduct this research. Then, so when you look at framework design, because this was the main purpose of the study, to come up with to propose a framework that can enhance. So we say that objective 1 and 2 provided the state of asynchronous tutor-student interaction of BYDW program and factors that influence the asynchronous tutor-student interaction in the BYDW program, such as the results from the results from the respondent in this case study were used to help us to design the framework to improve tutor-student interaction. And now here we can see the design framework. So here in column 2, I have challenges at hand. I have proposed guidelines, then what needs to be done, then impact. So we can look at that the challenge at hand: tutors taking long before giving students feedback. So what we came up with is like a clear timeline for marking and providing feedback to students should be established. Then what needs to be done? Tutor should provide a specific reasonable time within which this should be done. Then when this is done, students will be motivated to learn with clear expectation. Then unclear instruction accompanying learning activities on Mwele, because students say that they are given activities with unclear instruction. So here we say that tutors should provide clear instructions and guidelines for activities given on Mwele, because these students are not at campus. So, and they are all over, scattered all over the country. So when you give them an activity, it should be clear of what you expect from them so that they're also able to do what is right. But when you give them a vague activity with unclear instruction, then it may confuse them. So what needs to be done here? We say that tutors should provide clear instruction as they give online activities. Then the other one, number 3, is activities not being paced well and lack of activity deadline. Now imagine that you have 7 course units, and all the 7 course units, they are giving you activities at the same time. You don't have time to activities are not spaced. So we propose that activities should be paced, that the lecturers and tutors should sit at the beginning of the semester, then they agree on the number of activities to give students, and they also schedule them very well so that the activities don't collide, so that students are able to concentrate on activities and give them enough time. Then old and less useful notes by tutors given to students. Yeah, we say that tutors should provide updated reading materials to students. Then limited tutor online presence on Mwele. You give students activities, but you don't go online to guide the discussion or to provide a constructive feedback. So we say that tutors need to be regularly online to guide and support their students as they do the activities on the learning management system. Tutors largely use text only as the main interactive means. So here we got information that tutors were mainly posting text on the learning inside their courses on the learning management system. So here we say that we advise tutors to come up with a mixture of interactive tools. As you give students text, incorporating some multimedia to such that the course can become very interactive and so that it does not bore students. Then students failure to submit their responses in time. Here we looked at imposing penalties for late responses, that students are responsible for submission. So here, tutors should remind keep reminding students about their upcoming course activity deadline so that they don't miss out submitting their work. Then difficulty in using the learning management system for both tutors and students. Here we propose that the LMS training should be enhanced for both BYDW tutors and students so that they are able to navigate through the system very well. So these are what we proposed. Now, after proposing this, we went back to our stakeholders. After proposing this, we met a team to validate. So we presented this to a team of we met to a team of 4 instructional designers, 3 material developers, and some 3 students who had used the current system before. And the feedback they gave us, we used it to validate our framework. And now here we came up with a diagram showing the validated framework. Now here we look at what is supposed to be done by the tutor, LMS, then students. So we said that he provide feedback and comments on online activities, give online activities with clear instruction, clear deadline dates for online activities, provide updated and useful reading materials, use a variety of study materials, including multimedia. Then LMS, regular training for both tutors and students, LMS becoming more user-friendly, LMS storing live session videos, because this affordability was not there during the time of the data collection. Then students always be online in order to effectively do assignment and other activities, need to clearly observe the deadline, should be motivated to learn, stay engaged since the assignments are continuous. They should self-pace themselves. They should we said that updated study material will help students to understand the contents faster. So here I go on conclusion and recommendations. So conclusion here, I did it in form of, for example, this study thought to examine the state of tutor-student interaction in mail, and it can be concluded that there was low asynchronous tutor-student interaction. We realized that the interaction was really very low. Like out of 7 questions, you find that it is only one tutor who is engaging students. So we found that it was very low, characterized by tutors uploading reading material mainly in text format on mail. BYDW tutors took long to give students feedback on submitted assignment and discussion forum activities. Then the study also sought to identify factors that influence the synchronous tutor-student interaction in BYDW program, and it can be concluded that inadequate LMS training for both tutors and students greatly affects the level of interaction. Lack of digital skills, especially from students, is also another factor which affects their participation on LMS platform. LMS platform being complicated and not user-friendly for both students and tutors was another factor which was hindering the effective interaction. And the LMS platform lacking some features like where you could store the video live session, like when you conduct a live session and you store a video, that capability was not there. We saw that it was also one of the factors which was hindering the effective asynchronous tutor-student interaction. Then the study also thought to design a framework to enhance asynchronous tutor-student interaction in the BYDW program at Makerere, and it can be concluded that BYDW tutors don't have a clear timeline for marking and providing feedback to students' submitted work. Tutors don't give clear online instruction about the activities to students. BYDW students are overloaded with activities from different BYDW tutors with colliding deadline. Finally, the study sought to validate, and here we can note that there's need for tutors to constantly remind their students on pending deadline of all the assignment given, and need for tutors to start using a mixture of interactive tool or study material given to students. Recommendation: this study examined the state of tutor-student interaction, The researchers recommend that tutors should start uploading a variety of reading materials ranging from text, audios, videos, and images. BYDW tutors should frequently check and provide feedback to what students have submitted on LMS in relation to activities given. Then the researcher recommends that Mwele training for both. Mwele, as I told you, is an LMS which is used at Makerere. That's a short name for that LMS. LMS trainings for both tutors and students should be enhanced to help improve asynchronous tutor-student interaction. Students should also be trained on how to use the trending tools around the globe to help in enhancing their digital skills. LMS platform should be made user-friendly to enable many users use it, because currently people were resisting. The study designed a framework that can enhance, and here we can say that BYDW tutors should have a clear timeline for marking and providing feedback on submitted work. Clear online instruction should be given to students in relation to activities. BYDW should sit at the beginning of the semester and agree on the number of assignments plus their deadline. They are going to give such that the deadline don't collide. Tutors need to regularly be online to guide students as they discuss in discussion forum. Finally, the study thought to validate the designed framework. And here we can see that there is need for tutors to constantly remind the students on pending deadline of the assignment given, and they need to upgrade the LMS platform to be able to store recorded live session to ease study reference. Like when students are revising, they should be able to refer to some videos. So limitation of this study, the study was limited to BYDW program at Makerere because of it being a blended program. However, other program undertaking like open distance and e-learning mode of delivery were not considered for this study, and yet stakeholders in this program were vital in providing further information about the study. The study was also limited because of it being a new program. The researcher had a few options of cohorts to interact with. COVID affected the collection of data since people were not moving. The researcher only had the option of using Zoom to reach out to stakeholders. By the time of the study, LMS was only offering the affordance of asynchronous interaction, but there could be improvements now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? I will just have a quick question. You said you have used this LMS with its limitations as it offers in a free version, and you said there are some improvements. Have you considered using a different kind of LMS? For instance, Moodle is widely available, and maybe some other for your study.
Actually, Makerere University, being that it is a public university in Uganda, they went for open source Moodle platform. So their LMS is Moodle, which is an open source. So as you can see, some of those open source softwares have some limitation. Yeah. So as a university, they are not willing to incur costs like to get a learning management system, customized learning management system, where they are able to pay money. They prefer using these ones which are for free. So that was the challenge, and that's the challenge in the entire country in relation to mainly public universities. They like open source softwares and systems.
Thank you. We can relate. We also use open source software wherever available, although, as we all know, sometimes paid solutions are better. Thank you again for this very insightful presentation, and it gave us more insight into your workings. Thank you so much again, and I hope to see you live next time here.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance to participate in this 2024 e-learning conference. I send you regards from my other researchers who participated in this work. They send you greetings.
Thank you so much. Send our regards to them as well. We are now continuing with paper number 5. This will be another video presentation. Let me just minimize this one. Paper number 5 is entitled Exploring the Intersection of Artificial Intelligence and Special Education by authors Lamprimi Seremeti, Anathnasios Patropoulos, Christoforos Karachristos, Maria Pantermali, and Natalia Kougia from the University of Cyprus and Greece.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher Karachristos, and I work as an information technology teacher in secondary education. My expertise is in the use of ICT in education, more specifically in the use of learning management systems in education. Currently, my colleagues and I are working on special educational school in Metropolitan Greece, and today I will be presenting our work on the field of the intersection of artificial intelligence and special education. Through this collaborative study, we aim to explore how AI is transforming the field of special education. More specifically, our work provides a literature review of both real-world applications of AI and the challenges associated with integrating AI in special education. So, concerning our topic, I will introduce some key elements of both fields. In recent years, artificial intelligence has been increasingly applied in education, specifically in special education. For that reason, the integration of the AI in special education presents both significant opportunities and challenges. AI encompasses different technologies such as machine learning and robotics and can aid SE by personalizing learning plans, assisting teachers and training students with disabilities. We will discuss later on about this application. Students with disabilities, so has implications and its research branches out in several directions. In this perspective, it can be self-determined by the theoretical background of inclusive education and heterodetermined by policy changes and potential technological advancements as we will discuss later on. So in this slide we are going to discuss about self and heterodetermination of special education. Special education self-determination is shaped by its scientific, social and legal purposes, focusing on the education of students with disabilities, their inclusion and the protection of their rights. On the other hand, heterodetermination is influenced by political changes and technological advancements such as AI that we're talking about, AI integration. Global stakeholders, including UNESCO and the HWO, support inclusive education, aiming to ensure that all students, including those with disabilities, receive appropriate education in mainstream settings. However, SE implementation varies across countries due to the differences in resources, policies, and cultural factors. So advances in AI are transforming special education with applications like speech therapy and intelligent tutoring, but challenges remain, including ethical concerns and the digital divide. So the main major derivative for our literature review is the real-world applications of AI in special educations that we have gone through. So the increasing number of personalized learning in special education has driven the integration of AI-powered solutions, which offer both challenges and opportunities for special education. AI can enhance educational systems by providing more accurate recommendations and supporting tailored learning experiences. For example, can predict students' performance patterns and then identify those needing additional help. AI also enhances learning by combining technologies like like virtual and augmented reality, offering students immersive experiences in subjects like history, science, etc. Key AI applications in education include intelligent tutoring systems and personalized learning platforms, automated feedback and administrative tasks, as well as predictive analytics that help monitor student success. AI tools also improve accessibility for students with disabilities by using speech recognition and natural language processing to provide alternative content formats. We are going to present the basic categories next. The first category of AI tools and applications is the intelligent tutoring systems. What are intelligent tutoring systems? They are AI-powered systems that provide personalized tutoring and student feedback, simulating one-to-one interactions with a human tutor. They offer immediate support and guidance, helping students understand complex concepts and stay on track with their studies. To one example, in our case, in special education, maybe that they can provide personalized learning plans and real-time feedback to students with diverse learning needs, adapting to their individual pace and abilities. Another category of such applications is personalized learning. What is this? They are AI systems analyzing individual students' data to tailor educational content and learning paths to each student's needs and preferences. They enhance the students' engagement and learning outcomes by providing customized instructions to students that address each student's strengths and weaknesses. An example here may be that in a special education that AI is used to adapt lessons and activities to each student's unique learning styles and challenges, ensuring that all students receive instruction suited to their specific abilities and needs. So another category is the predictive analytics category. Here AI uses data analysis to predict student performance and identify those at risk of falling behind. It enables early intervention by educators to provide targeted support, improving students' retention and success rates. Predictive analytics in special education can identify students with learning disabilities or developmental delays who are at risk of falling behind, enabling teachers to implement targeted interventions such as speech therapy or tailored instructional methods to support their progress. The next category is virtual and augmented reality category for immersive learning. AI-driven immersive technologies like virtual reality and augmented reality that create interactive and engaging learning environments can be used to the educational setting, especially in special education. Their impact is that they enhance experiential learning by providing realistic simulations and hands-on practices in a virtual setting. And this is very important in our case because they can provide students with autism or sensory processing disorders immersive control environments, practice social skills, let's say, daily routines or emotional regulations in a safe, engaging way tailored to their individual needs. Now let's discuss some findings concerning ethical challenges of AI in special education. Alongside with the benefits of applications of AI in special education, there are several challenges that need to be addressed. These include privacy issues concerning student data, the risk of bias in AI algorithms, the lack of empathy in AI systems and the digital divide, which limits access to AI tools in different regions. More specifically, privacy concerns arise from the collection and use of sensitive student data, such as personal learning patterns and disabilities, which must be protected to prevent misuse of or unauthorized access to this data. AI algorithms can also introduce bias and discrimination, as they often reflect the data that they are trained on, which may not always account for the diversity of students, in our case, special education, potentially disadvantaging certain groups. Another challenge is the lack of empathy in AI systems, where while AI can offer personalized learning, as we said earlier, it cannot replicate the emotional understanding and support that human teachers provide, which is very crucial in the case of special education. All these challenges highlight the need for robust ethical frameworks and equitable access to AI in special education. So, for the conclusion, some future research directions. The main aim of this paper was to emphasize the urgent need for governing the integration of AI in special education, given the complexity of SE and its relationship with advancing AI technologies. This work represents the first phase of a systematic literature review, as we said earlier, exploring strategies to address challenges in AI integration and suggest future research directions. This is an ongoing work. While AI offers significant potential benefits for students with special needs, their families and educators, by providing advanced tools and resources, there are considerable risks, as we said earlier. These risks include the exclusion of teachers and students from essential skills like communication, empathy, and critical thinking due to the lower reliance on AI. Furthermore, the rapid development of AI outpaces the slower adoption of special education systems, making governance difficult. The next steps in this research involves a comprehensive review of current literature, focusing on ethical and lawful governance strategies, and addressing the gap in research on aligning AI with special education. Through analyzing empirical studies and theoretical frameworks, future work aims to offer guidelines for ethically and responsibly integrating AI into special education.
Thanks to our colleagues in Greece and Cyprus for this very insightful paper on special education that I think isn't focused enough. Because they're not here, you can contact them at these email addresses if you want to get their attention regarding these topics. Last but not least, of course, is the sixth paper and the final paper for this conference this year. It's entitled Analysis of Students' Online Learning Performance Using the Mars Model. The paper is by Marija Milić-Stanović, Miloš Stojanović, Tamara Vučenović, and Marina Gruber, our colleagues from the Faculty of Management here at Belgrade Metropolitan University. Marija, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Just a second to share my presentation. Do you see?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to present our research. Just a second. I didn't. Okay, we see each other. I'm pleased to present our research on profiling students' online learning performance using the Mars model conducted by myself, Marija Milić-Stanović, and my colleagues Miloš Stojanović, Tamara Vučenović, and Marina Gruber from Metropolitan University Faculty of Management, Belgrade. So let me start. In recent years, online education has rapidly expanded across the globe. It offers unprecedented flexibility, accessibility, and inclusivity, allowing students to learn from virtually anywhere. This growth has been fueled by technological advancement and increasing demand for flexible learning options. As we see on this graphic, by 2024, the global online university education market is projected to generate 111.9 billion euros in revenue. By 2029, this number is expected to rise to 182.6 billion euros, with the number of users growing from 31.4 million in 2024 to 50.2 million in 2029. While these opportunities are promising, many online platforms still rely on one-size-fits-all approaches, which fail to address the unique needs of individual learners. This limits their overall effectiveness, especially for students with varying levels of motivation, ability, and situational challenges. So, our research focuses on the problem that current online platforms fail to personalize learning for students with varying levels of motivation, ability, and situational factors. The objective of this study is to profile students' learning behavior using the MARS model, which stands for motivation, ability, role perception, and situational factors, to provide tailored intervention and unlimitedly improve learning outcomes. So let me explain first the MARS model. The MARS model was originally designed to analyze employee behavior, but was adopted in this study and some others to understand student behavior in online learning. The four key dimensions are motivation, ability, role perception, and situational factors. So, motivation presents what drives student. Are there any internal desires such as passion for the subject or external incentives like grades or rewards? Motivation is essential for active engagement and task completion in online learning. The next key dimension is ability, which presents do students have the necessary skills. This refers to students' natural talents and acquired skills. Educational content must align with students' ability levels to ensure learning is neither too easy nor too challenging. The third key dimension is role perception, which presents do students understand their responsibility. Clear expectation and role helps students navigate the online learning environment more effectively. So understanding their role boosts confidence and participation. And the final fourth dimension of MARS model is situational factors, which explore are external conditions helping or hindering their learning. Factors like technical issues, personal obligation, or time management can either support or obstruct learning. So identifying and mitigating a negative situational factor is key to improving performance. The purpose of this model is to offer a comprehensive understanding of the factors influencing students' online learning performance. By analyzing these factors, we can profile students and design interventions that address their specific needs. So, as we see on this graphic, some individual characteristics of students, such as values, personality, perception, emotions, attitudes, and stress, also influence on these four key dimensions. So, we came to the idea to create a survey, and we distribute a survey to 100 students at Metropolitan University. This survey consists of 5 sections, covering demographics, motivation, ability, role perception, and situational factors. The questions describing demographics was about the gender, study program, and year. And the next sections was about these 4 key dimensions. The questions we used were about motivation, describing interest and engagement levels. So we use the Likert scale to describe the degree of students' agreement. One of the questions was how often do you feel motivated to engage with online learning materials, whether they feel motivated or unmotivated. The second section was about abilities or understanding of the materials. So some of the question was how confident are you in understanding the course materials provided online. The next section was about role perception, and the questions were exploring expectation and responsibilities. So one of the questions was, do you feel clear about your responsibility and expectation in your online courses? And the final section explores situational factors, challenges accessing resources. So one of the questions was, how often do you encounter technical difficulties, e.g. internet issues that affect your learning? So when we collect data, we analyze them with coming clustering in SPSS program to group students based on this Mars dimension. We identified 3 clusters and use ANOVA results, which shows that motivation, ability, role perception, and situational factor vary significantly between the groups. The Tarki HSD test further verified that each cluster has unique characteristics. So our analysis identified 3 clusters or distinct student profiles, and the first cluster we called enthusiastic learners. These students have high motivation but lack abilities and need additional skill building. The next cluster we called latent talents. These students possess high abilities but low motivation and require engagement and incentivities to perform. And the third cluster we called challenged perfectionists. These students are highly motivated and capable, but face situational barriers that limit their performance. Each of these profiles presents unique challenges and opportunities for target intervention. So, from these findings, we can derive several key takeaways. Enthusiastic learners require focused skill development. Latent talents need external motivators to increase engagement, and challenged perfectionists would benefit from support in overcoming situational barriers. So the implication is clear. Personalized intervention can greatly enhance student outcomes. Tailoring educational strategy to the specific needs of each student profile can improve engagement and success in online learning environment. In conclusion, our research demonstrates that the Mars model is an effective framework for profiling students in online learning environment, and by identifying these student profiles, we can implement target intervention that improve learning outcomes. So for further research, we recommend expand the sample size, examine learning styles in online education, explore how adaptive technology can be used to personalize learning. And our recommendation for institutions are to implement adaptive learning tools and personalized feedback system to meet student needs, provide technical support and motivational incentivities for increased engagement, and design flexible courses to accommodate diverse student situations. So this concludes our presentation. Thank you for your attention. I'm now happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Maria. The floor is open for any questions, if there are. Okay, then I'll have just one concluding question. It was a very interesting study. I'm not familiar that much with the Mars model, but I see you gained some very good insights. What would be some further steps you want to take before
about this study? Okay, the further steps we recommend to use adaptive learning tools and personalized feedback system to meet the specific needs of each student profile. We know that our study focused on students at Metropolitan University, but the Mars model is applicable to various educational contexts. So we would recommend it conducted similar studies at other institutions and meet the unique needs of different institutions.
Thank you so much. I hope that next steps in your study will be very fruitful, and we expect you, as I said before, live here in Belgrade next year.
Thank you very much.
Or we'll switch it to niche, so it will be closer.
Yeah, it would be great.
Thank you so much again. And with this, we will close this session. And because this was the last session for today, I'm happy to announce that this is a really good conference this year. We had really interesting talks yesterday with keynotes and discussions, today with the regular sessions yesterday as well. And I would like to thank personally and on behalf of the Faculty of Information Technologies and Belgrade Metropolitan University as well to everybody who participated, especially the organizers, our support staff, Matija Srba as well for our IT and photo section. So without them, I think the conference wouldn't be such a success as it was. Thank you again for participating. I hope to see you all next year, either here or here, but probably here. And in the meantime, look at our, as I said today, newsletters for our projects. You can find everything you need for our research at our website, and hopefully I'll see you again. More people live, hopefully next year here at Belgrade. So I hope this was a nice conference, and with this, we can officially close the conference and hope to see you again next year. Thank you so much.